Just a reminder to all team managers and athletes, all athletes in hurdles and high jump are required on a wet track to wear spikes. All athletes on a wet track are required to wear spikes in hurdles and high jump.
Test 1, 2.
That one, that? No, my one was the first one, but he'd have thrown it about a metre faster.
Still, it's still an achievement to get him through.
Day 2 competition. For the associations, in 10th place on 143 is Riverina. Northwest 9th on 175. Western 8th on 203. North Coast 7th on 345. Sydney Southwest 6th on 405.5. Hunter 5th on 431.5. South Coast 4th on 451. Sydney West 3rd on 722.5. Sydney East 2nd on 794. And Sydney North leading at the moment with 898.5. Battle between our sports high schools. We have the Hunter Sports High on 96 points, the Hills Sports High on 130 points, Westfield Sports High on 198 points, and Endeavour Sports High on 230 points. Comprehensive high schools. Leading the race from Western is Dubbo Secondary College with 77 points. Second, Henry Kendall from Sydney North with 70 points. Third, Millfield from Sydney West with 67 points. And fourth, Kirrawee from Sydney East with 62 points. Congratulations to all those schools and associations.
Good morning, viewers, and welcome to Day 3 of the New South Wales Combined High Schools Sports Association Athletic Championships for 2023, the 108th edition of this Elite Championship. Could I begin the day by acknowledging the Wongal people as the first custodians of the land, air and waters, now known as the Sydney Olympic Park. We pay our respects to all First Nations people and our community elders past, present and emerging. We have a day of exciting competition out here today. Unfortunately, the weather, as you can see on your screens, isn't quite as nice as yesterday, but we're hoping that it will clear mid-morning and we'll be back to pleasant conditions out here. We have currently got a couple of field events underway, a high jump, a discus and a shot put, and we have 2 field cameras on recording those. So if you'd like to go to the field events, you go to the School Sports Unit webpage and you can click on the relevant field event. Our first event on the track will be the 2,000 metre steeplechase for the boys 17 plus, and that will start approximately at 8:30 this morning. And we also had a number of records established yesterday, which is fantastic. We have in event 21 yesterday, which was the boys 200 metres, 16. The CHS record is 21.83. Sorry, it was 21.73 and was established by Taurus Treno from Endeavour Sports High School. In event 33, the boys 12-year 800 metre event, saw a new record established by the Sui Radisiak from Caringbah High School, and he ran a time of 2:09.41, beating the previous record of 2:12.42. He ran a magnificent race. In event 58, Alexa Matheson, age 12, in the girls' 80 metres hurdle. She ran a time of 13.14, beating the previous record of 13.21. And the boys' 110 metres hurdles, the record was equalled by Rashid Kaba from Westfield Sports High School, and he equalled his record that he set the year before. So it was a magnificent run at 13.73. Event 68, Jacinta Lampret, the girls 17 to 1900 metres hurdles. She established the record of 13.78. In event 210, in a magnificent high jump display, Isabel Lewison-Rowe of Kirrawee High School set a new record of 186 metres. And as I watched, we have just got the start of the boys' 2,000 metres steeplechase. And the last record set yesterday was by Talara Joseph Ryogi, the 8 girls under 14 javelin, and she threw the javelin 46.63 metres. And with that, I'll hand you over to our experienced race caller, Nathan, to take you through the start of the field for the boys' 2,000 metre steeple.
Yeah, so we're underway here in the first event on the track, day 3, the final day of competition here at New South Wales CHS. It's the boys' open 2,000 metre steeplechase. So Peter's pretty stretched out at the moment. The CHS record 1996 held by Grant Creamer, North Sydney boys, with a 5:50.00. So Lachlan Cook will lead through with 4 laps to go. About 56 seconds, so he's on really quick pace, about 6:05 tempo at the moment in the very early stages. Then we go back to Callum Cousins in second, Ben Westwood of Westfield Sports in third, and then Joshua O'Neill of Ingleburn. As we see also coming through here, Peter Charlton of Belmont, Hunter Region. So pretty spread out here. The medal's well and truly up for grabs in the early stages of the opening event on the track for the third and final day of competition. Lachlan Cook really getting after it here. Coolah Central School Northwest represented here in wet conditions at Sydney Olympic Park. So, Neil, I don't think they had to really manually fill up the water jump here today. Looking at the weather, so if you're around Sydney at the moment, you'll notice the stark difference in conditions. And for our distance runners, they'll be liking these conditions as they work their way around in this open steeplechase event.
It is a marked difference. Yesterday we had temperatures of about 26, 27 degrees out on the track. Today it'll be a lot cooler for those distance runners. And they won't have to worry about getting soggy feet going through the water jump there. They'll have it before they get there.
Definitely not. So 3 laps to go here. 2:20 as he goes through. Our race leader, Lachlan Cook, he has wasted no time in getting to the front. He's consolidating on his lead here in about 6:25 tempo he's dropped to at the moment. And a good battle for second and third as well. You can just see Ben Westwood there from Westfield Sports rolling past the shoulder of Callum Cousins in the blue of Glendale, and Sydney Southwest just behind them, about 20 metres back, Joshua O'Neill of Ingleburn, Sydney Southwest, collecting 3 laps to go in this open boys 2,000 metre steeplechase, with Peter Charlton of Belmont, Hunter Region as well, working his way around the track, doing a great job. Just under 3 minutes through with 3 laps to go. So again, as we've mentioned, a lot of these athletes, and it's an opportunity to post a time here. And whilst we didn't think the conditions about an hour ago would be conducive to fast times, I think the wind has dropped a little bit here. So it was quite considerable about an hour ago. It was blowing a gale, but it has dropped a little bit. So it'll be good for these distance runners. Obviously a lot cooler, and they can keep that core body temperature down as they work their way through. But our race leader here, Lachlan Cook, Coolar Central School Northwest. You're going to give you a point score update in a minute, because there is some surprises in the point score overall as well, with both the comprehensive schools point score and the sports high schools point score. But it's Lachlan Cook leading the way, and on screen now, pushing up in a second. Last time around he was level with the Hunter Region athlete. So Sydney Southwest holding down second and fourth place at the moment. And I think this has been Westwood of Westfield Sports.
It's interesting, Nathan. Coolar Central School has had a long tradition of middle distance running. Young Kate McMaster from Coolar Central is a lead athlete at both 800, 1500 and cross country running. And they had a number of athletes come through their middle distance up there. I think there was a coach, I believe, that looked after all these kids and did a magnificent job with them over a number of years.
Well, it makes a difference, of course. We've talked about the South Coast and how strong they've been in some of the events. Ulladulla High, Maruya High, those sort of schools. And we'll take you through the point score update shortly, probably after this event does finish. But you can see our race leader here. He is doing it all on his own, looking for a CHS state title here. Great opportunity to do so. Lachlan Cook, Coolar Central Northwest Region, they have definitely punched above their weight in terms of the performances they've been able to put down on the track. So collecting the bell in the lead, Lachlan Cook has really opened up the margin here, about 120 metres on his nearest competitor, who's just past the water jump there and entering the top of the home straight now. This is Ben Westwood with a little over 500 metres to go from Westfield Sports, Sydney Southwest. And we go back to Callum Cousins of Glendale in third for Hunter Region. And the other Sydney Southwest competitor in fourth, Joshua O'Neill. He's not completely out of it, though. So, you know, anything could happen in these steeplechase events. Such a technical event and so difficult to make sure you keep your heart rate steady, considering all the barriers they need to negotiate here. And pacing even more crucial, because if you do hit that wall of fatigue, it does come at you like a ton of bricks. So here he is with the final water jump now. A man chasing the gold, driving and holding the momentum through into the top of the straight. 6:10 on the clock. He's holding a really good tempo here, so trying to get him under 6:30, I reckon, will be his aim as he works towards the line. He's driving more, so Lachlan Cook, put your hands together. Coolar Central School Northwest. He's finished off brilliantly, and he'll be the gold medalist in the boys' open 2,000 metre steeplechase, stopping the clock at 6:30.43. So well done to Lachlan.
It's a great run.
It is a great run, and obviously really, really hard to keep your rhythm. A lot of distance runners like to find their rhythm when they go through, but steeplechase does not allow you to do so. Typically more of a cross-country strength-based runner does tend to do quite well. So you can see the hip number starting to drop off here because of the rain. So it'd be hard to pick some of these athletes. It is a smaller field, so we'll be able to identify them a little bit easier. So this is Ben Westwood coming. So here's Ben Westwood, ladies and gentlemen, the Westfield Sports High School athlete, Sydney Southwest, crossing the line just under 7:25. The Sydney Southwest put points on the board for Westfield Sports in the Sydney Southwest region. With the bronze medal still up for the taking. Callum Cousins, Glendale Hunter region, working towards the line here. We'll see how quickly he can go. 84 centimetres the height of the barriers around the course, and Callum Cousins will be your bronze medalist at CHS for the 2,000 metre steeplechase. And just behind him, Joshua O'Neill of Ingleburn, Sydney Southwest, getting the job done right on 8 minutes there. So brilliant stuff by our competitors.
I'd like to take this opportunity to once again thank the students from Greystanes High who are helping with various tasks for this championship. They are on the field helping with various aspects of it, and also behind the scenes running results to where they need to go.
Yeah, they certainly have done a great job, and having interacted with them on the first day when we didn't have a live stream, then they have definitely taken their responsibility very well and have been a massive help and actually been proactive, Neil, and going above and beyond the call of duty that's expected of them.
Our next event will be the girls 17 plus 2,000 metre steeple. And I believe Nathan may have a start list there for us.
I do, and obviously, as expected, not necessarily the full lineup, giving the athletes probably a feeling, probably entered a lot of events and realising, hang on a minute, this might be a little bit too hard to tackle given the heats and finals and the demanding and rigorous nature of the program here over 3 days at the CHS Carnival. But we'll get you that full lineup once we do get vision of them shortly. See vision of our officials there doing a great job. Our teacher officials who've been here for 3 days are probably looking at 25 hours worth, maybe even more, of commitment by these teachers who have obviously had to give up their time from their regular classroom or school duties, and it allows these school sport events to happen. So big thank you to all our teachers here, and we hope that you are enjoying the live stream. This is the third and final day. The only heats we've got on the track here, Neil, are the 4x100 metre relay heats. So the only heats we've got is a really exciting one, and the rest of it is finals, finals, finals.
Yeah, I was just looking at the program for the day, and I did notice the 4x100 relays. And they're always a highlight of any athletics championship, and for that matter, swimming championships. And it'd be it's going to be a very exciting moment when they come to the track.
Well, there was some upsets in the 12 to 14 years of relays, so we've got the 15 to 16 and 17 plus, don't we, today?
Yep, and with the finals later this afternoon. So we've got a lot of exciting racing coming up. We've got the finals of the 110 hurdles, 100 metres, and all the hurdles events a bit later. But we do have a 1,500 metre walk following this girls' steeple.
That'd be a bit boring around the track, wouldn't it? A 15,000.
Yeah.
I've done a 10,000 on the track, and that's not the most exciting thing in the world. 25 laps.
Yeah, no, 15,000.
What's that? 37. 37.5 laps that would be. 15,000. 25 laps for the 10K.
I'm sure it'd be thrilling viewing.
They actually have a 1 hour track race. They actually have an Australian record for it, and they used to do it a lot more in the 80s and 90s, but they used to have a 1 hour track race. See how far you can go on the track in 1 hour, and that would be, talk about mental battles, mental demons. That would be something.
Of course, we've got a rich history of walkers in the CHS with Kerry Saxby Jenner and, of course, James Saville from Sydney Girls, who set the world alight with their various efforts. At one stage, I think Kerry Jenner and Saxby held something like 32 world records.
Oh, my gosh.
But what a discipline. And I think we all remember 2000 for Jane Saville, but she, as Nathan told us yesterday, she made up for that in 2004, winning the bronze. I think
incredibly long and distinguished career as well. So
yeah, and a wonderful young lady.
Yep, Sydney Girls High School representative, as the girls look to be lining up here for the Open 2,000 metre steeplechase. Looks like Pippi Tapanya's in there. She had a great run yesterday in the 800. She's a very versatile athlete. We talk about multi-sport involvement. She does triathlon, and she was at the All-Schools Triathlon, and also, as we see the girls get underway, that is Pippi Tapanya, who's gone away pretty well in the City North colours out in front. She's cross-country champion, of course, and also a very prominent surf lifesaver in the water events and on the beach in the distance events as well. So we'll run through the field once they do come past. But Pippi Tapanya is looking for a strong performance to finish off her CHS campaign here, and we know how difficult this event is and how difficult it is to pace as the girls work their way through into the home straight. Coming into the home straight for the first time, ladies and gentlemen, the girls Open 2,000 metre steeplechase. Kate Spencer of Turramurra High School's got the record 6:36.69. She set back in 2013. And with 4 laps to go, Pippi Tapanya going through in 60 seconds, which is 6:30 tempo on the dot. Then we go back to Ella Munro wearing hip number 4. Stephanie Mishkaradanya in 7. And then Isabella Mooch of Westfields wearing hip number 3 in the green and white of Sydney Southwest, who's pushed up into 3rd now and looking really strong. But it's Tapanya leading the way 30 metres on the next group of 3, the early stages of the girls' Open 2,000 metre steeple.
Just watching the technique out there, Nathan. A number of the girls, the runners, hurdle the flights that are there. Others step up onto it. Can they use their hands to get over it?
Don't think they can, but it's that fine balance, or that real sort of decision. Do I try and conserve here and sacrifice a little bit of speed, or do I hold the speed and exert a little bit more energy? And it's, if you're something you've got confidence in, you back yourself, as we see Pippi now on screen here. A great job, a very busy sportswoman of the Northern Beaches, very well known on the Northern Beaches. McKellar Girls athlete, Sydney North. And McKellar Girls obviously got a very rich history, won the Conveners Cup Champion Girls School in 2022.
She's running very easily, isn't she?
So Tapanya coming through here with 3 laps to go, about just under 2:30, so she's dropped ever so slightly, but still on about 6:40 pace at the moment, as we see Ella Munro coming through here from Isabella Mook of Westfield Sports, who's trying to just keep herself in contention for the silver medal race. And next to come through will be Isabella Baptiste of Westfield Sports with 3 laps to go as well. And she is going through at about a bit over 7-minute tempo here as they go, about 7:30 tempo as they work through with 3 laps to go. But it's Tapanya along the back straight, very prominent athlete, surf lifesaver, triathlete as well, and she's had pretty successful championship so far, looking to finish off strongly here for McKellar Girls. As we said, got a really rich history. The Champion Girls School from 2022, won the Conveners Cup, 4th overall in the female, including the sports high schools as well. Won their athletes last year. Marley Lovell won the outstanding performance by multi-class athletes. So McKellar Girls got a rich history in this event, and it represented at the front of this field by Pippi Tapanya leading through. So 2 laps to go, and she's on 7-minute pace. There's still 3.5-minute K pace. Really impressive for Pippi at the front of this field. When we talk about these athletes, some of them will be chasing as well those qualifying times for national championships in March or April next year. So 7:45, 7:55, depending on their age group. 7:45 for under 18s and under 17s, and 7:55 for under 16s to get themselves qualifying standard for the national championships. And this event and any permit meet this calendar year and very early next year do count towards potential qualification for the New South Wales team at those national championships, as we see come through Isabella Baptiste collecting 2 laps to go as well for Westfield Sports, Sydney Southwest.
She's certainly put a gap in the rest of the field. She's running this race by herself. She's set her own pace.
She has, and we've got a really interesting contest, Neil, for the silver medal here.
Yeah.
It's the second last water jump they will go. So here they go around in the 2,000-metre steeplechase. One more lap, one more lung-bursting lap of the track, leg burning. And here they go around one more time to collect the bell. 5:39 for a race leader, Pippi Tapanya. The lead is 110 metres. Look at the battle we've got for silver between Ella Munro, Castle Hill, Sydney West, and also Isabella Mook of Westfield Sports, Sydney Southwest, who was in 4th place, and she pushed herself up into 3rd and still timing her race quite well. She's still got another lap and a little bit to hold on. So go through 6:05, and Ella Munro just trying to hang tough there for Castle Hill, Sydney West, but halfway along the back straight with about 250 metres to go right now. Our race leader, Pippi Tapanya, showing no signs of slowing down. She's so strong, and she's got so much success this year already. Can she add another CHS gold medal to her name here in this steeplechase event? One of the toughest events on the track and field program. I don't think anyone can deny that. At least the temperatures has cooled down for them, and the wind is a little bit stiller than what it was about an hour ago this morning. So final water jump negotiated. Pippi Tapanya of McKellar Girls, Sydney North. Isabella Baptiste as well, collecting the bell. One of 2 Westfield Sports athletes in the field. So Pippi Tapanya, she's not going to be too far outside 7 minutes, and she will work towards the line once again, finding a little bit of a burst of finishing speed somehow in a busy program here at CHS to win another state title here, this time in the steeple. So well done, Pippi. McKellar Girls representative, Sydney North. Stopping the clock at 7:14.56.
It's a good run from the Westfields girl in second place. She's put a further 20 metres on the person, the runner in 3rd, and she's going to stop at 77.43.
Absolutely huge finish there by Isabella Mook. That was a blistering last 100. The Westfield Sports athlete, as we see, hang on for the bronze medal, Ella Munro. Castle Hill, Sydney West. So Sydney North, Sydney Southwest and Sydney West represented on the podium in the second event on the track for the 3rd and final day here at the New South Wales Combined High Schools State Track and Field Championships. Has been such a great competition so far. And as we see the overall point score and so many perpetual awards up for grabs, and a lot of them decide, and plenty of changes often do happen when we look at the history of this event on the last day of competition, so we'll see what schools and regions are able to really try and push forward. Of course, the relay events with plenty of bragging rights up for grabs in that one. Isabella Baptiste of Westfield Sports working towards the line now. She will get under 9 minutes, so still a very respectable tempo for the second of the Westfield Sports athletes in this field.
It's always interested me why athletes would choose to do the steeple, to be honest with you. It's hard enough running on the flat track, but jumping over the obstacles and through the water.
I think some people just get bored sometimes. They thought, how can I make life a little bit more interesting? And maybe steeplechase is one of those ways to make things more interesting.
Mind you, I'm coming from that position as a rugby union hooker, so my athletic ability was rather limited.
Well, the different components of fitness as well. We talk about some of the athletes. One of our other commentators on the field event, Westy, is a water polo man. We talked about some of the demands in that sport and how incredible it is for some of these athletes to be able to do multiple things well, do the power-based events, as we've seen the pentathlon competitors do so well with the distance. And the rain, Neil, has absolutely pelted down.
Yeah.
We have gone from a very light drizzle to absolute flooding here at Sydney Olympic Park just before our hurdle. So it's not going to be ideal conditions at all for our hurdlers, but we've still got a 1,500 metre walk next up on the track. The boys 12 to 15 years, 11 competitors. You can see them there ready to go.
I actually thought it was clearing a little bit before, so I'm glad I didn't make that statement. There's a very good shot put. This went out over 14 metres, almost 15 metres, I'd say.
It wasn't huge. It did catch my eye too. So
yeah, the boys fit 14 years shot put, I think it is.
Speaking of the boys, 14 years shot put, you know who has the record for that, Neil?
No, but I'm...
Jamal Idris.
Oh, Jamal Idris, of course.
Yes, NRL player. Indigenous All-Stars, Bulldogs, Titans and Panthers, man. Still got it. Still got the record all these years later. So
extraordinary talent, Jamal Idris.
Very much so. A lot of the rugby league. I think they did a State of Origin piece on all the athletes, all the rugby league. Well, in their formative years, what sports they did growing up, and there was plenty of athletics people within that. As we get underway here in the boys 12 to 15, 1,500 walk.
Team managers, it's that time to get those hurdles out, so we can have you down on the track, please.
So the boys 12 to 15, 1,500 metre race walk we've got. Looks like we've got pretty much all the competitors. I think we do, actually. Aidan Kirk. So as the boys 12 to 15, 1,500 metre race walk gets underway. Aidan Kirk wears number 1 for Robert Townsend, Sydney Southwest. Noah Mitchell in 2 for South Sydney, Sydney East. In 3, Dylan Allabush, Killara, Sydney North. In 4, Lucas Hall of Glendale, Hunter Region. In 5, Ruben McLean rides Secondary College, Sydney North. In 6, Moses Wolfson, James Roos Agricultural High School, Sydney West. In 7, Luke Mitchell of South Sydney, Sydney East. In 8, Noah Tilton of Kingscliff High School, North Coast. In 9, Tyler Cousins of Glendale, Hunter Region. In 10, Noah Vella of Cranebrook, Sydney West. And wearing hip number 11, Jackson Horton of Westfield Sports, Sydney Southwest. As we see Aidan Kirk go to an early lead here. So Sydney Southwest did pretty well in the previous race on the track. See what they can do here. As we see Sydney North competitor Dylan Allabush of Killara just trying to hang in contact, and 3rd and 4th chasing hard as well. That's Tyler Cousins in the blue of Hunter Region with the white cap, and then the tall figure in behind him is Jackson Horton of Westfield Sports. As we see also collect 3 laps to go here, Noah Vella, the yellow, Sydney West, and also Noah Tilton of Kingscliff High School, North Coast. And we go back to Moses Wolfson of James Roos Agricultural. Obviously a very academic school, but they certainly do well in sport as well. Ruben McLean of Ryde Secondary College with 3 laps to go. Noel Mitchell, South Sydney High School, Sydney East. Just under 2 minutes as he collects 3 laps to go. And his other Sydney East teammate here coming through is Luke Mitchell of South Sydney High School. So 2 South Sydney High School representatives in this field. And look at the pack of 4. They've compressed now together. Was 2 and then a little gap back to the next 2. Sydney Southwest, both those gentlemen on the back of the Hunter. Sydney North, they're your top 4. So work their way around.
You've got all shapes and sizes out there in this event.
You do. Walk's one of the ones where there's not necessarily an ideal body type. Probably the walk and the javelin throw as well. The javelin is in our athletics club. There's a very prominent javelin coach, Ray Russell, who does a great job with all the juniors developing them. And I don't know much about javelin at all, but he's taught me a few things. And one thing he said was that you can make a javelin thrower out of a lot of different shapes and sizes. It's not necessarily an ideal body composition like some of the other events.
Yep.
Don't necessarily have to be big and strong and powerful or lean like some of the distance runners are. You can see, look at the height variation.
Yeah, that's what I was looking
of Tyler Cousins here in Glendale, just ahead of Jackson Horton of Westfield Sports.
But they're setting a good pace, these lads, aren't they?
Now, certainly setting a good pace, and 2 laps to go. We've got a change of leaders, plenty of changes. They were 2, they progressed back to 4. Now these 3 starting to separate from the field here. So Tyler Cousins of Glendale just ahead of Jackson Horton of Westfield Sports and Dylan Allabush of Killara, Sydney North. Your leading 3 inside the final 800 metres here. These boys 12 to 15, 1500 metre race walk. 5:54.87 is the record, very quick record, 2013, set by Tyler Jones of Hunter Sports High School.
We just had a change in the lead. We have the Sydney Southwest competitor just overtaken our boy from Glendale High School. And that is Lucas Hall, who's currently in second, but he's now being challenged by, I think it's Ruben McLean from Ryde Secondary College.
The presentation area.
Yeah, certainly is pretty impressive here as they go around, and so many changes. We've seen probably more changes than any of the other walks events we've had so far, and even some of the running events. Normally it's, and we've had some of the 800s yesterday in particular. We've had, or a lot of the distance runs anyway that we've seen so far in the program. You've seen some athletes just go to the front. Jay Kitching, probably the best example yesterday, just went to the front, just held it, somehow managed to find surges
at the right time.
Again and again.
Yeah.
Normally athletes have 1 or 2 surges, but he just kept responding to everything that was coming at him from those in behind. Work their way through here. So collecting the bell now, and the boys 12 to 15, 1500 metre walk. We've had another change here. So Jackson Horton of Westfield Sports has said, I want this gold medal more than any of you here. So Dylan Allabush is trying to get after him as well. And Tyler Cousins, who was the leader only 400 metres ago, is in the bronze medal position here. Also coming through Aidan Kirk of Robert Townsend, Sydney Southwest as well. It's our man from Sydney Southwest, Jackson Horton, put the foot down in the boys 12 to 15, 1500 metre race walk, and there's only 300 to go.
He's increased his rate at the moment. He's done a great job, this young man from Sydney Southwest.
Certainly has, and he's opening up a great margin now. Look at the damage he's done, Neil. Normally you have to work so hard to get this sort of gap. He's opened up 30 metres between these lead 3 competitors when they were so close together. The group of 4 only about 600 metres ago, but here he is coming towards the line. And his name is Jackson Horton from Westfield Sports, Sydney Southwest.
Got a very nice style, hasn't he?
He does have a very nice style, so he come towards the line and take the win here. The gold medal, another one to Sydney Southwest. Sydney Southwest is sitting 6th in the point score at the moment, but I tell you what, in the first couple of events, they've definitely showed that they are in with a big surge on the final day competition, try and push themselves up in the point score. With Sydney North, who's winning the competition at the moment. They are represented here with Dylan Homebush getting some points on the board for Kalara, and also Tyler Cousins of Glendale finishing off with the bronze medal position under 7:30 for him. And that is Aidan Kirk, another Sydney Southwest, Robert Townsend High School. So a great job by all our race walkers here as the rain, it's dropped off a little bit, but it's still definitely, and you can see some of the athletes as well, the race walkers tend to do it more than the runners, having a white cap. So a man from Glendale High School, that was Tyler Cousins with the white cap, just keeping the rain off the face so he doesn't have to fix his hair as he goes around. They do have long hair. Bell lap as well for Luke Mitchell, South Sydney High School, one of 2 South Sydney athletes in this field. The Sydney East school in the Sydney East region. So Sydney East sitting 2nd at the point score at the moment, 898.5 points for Sydney North, ahead of Sydney East, 794. So it looks to be a pretty similar battle to last year. Sydney West are 3rd, 722.5 points. South Coast, 451 in 4th. And Hunter region, we've also put a pretty good showing in the first couple of events here on day 3. As we look towards the rest of the boys going around, finish off this 1,500 metre race walk with the sprint hurdles finals not too far away.
Our silver medalist from Westfield Sports High School, Isabella Muck.
We just had our competitor from Sydney West come across the line. We still have 3 competitors in the 1,500 metre walk, and that's the boys' 15s. A very good win to our athlete from Westfield Sports High School, Sydney Southwest. And that being, I'm sorry, I'm just trying to find his name. Noah Tilton. Our last 2 competitors are making their way down to the finish line. And they go across successfully in just under 11 minutes. As Nathan mentioned, our next event will set up with boys 17 110 metres hurdles final, and we'll have the boys 17 plus, boys 16, boys 15, boys 14 final before, and then we'll move into the girls hurdles. As you can see on your screen, the officials are putting the hurdles in place. They're very efficient the way they get this done in such short time. And I'm just looking down at each of the association or regional team managers' help in setting up the hurdles. while we have a break in the track events, you may want to go on and watch some of the field events. We still have a javelin going at the northern end, a shot put, the boys 14 shot put down at the southern end. And it's the girls 17 javelin now. They've come onto our screen. Thank you very much. Thanks once again to Clutch TV, who are so very professional and efficient in the way they present the coverage of this event. And then on the left-hand side, we obviously have the javelin. We have also a high jump still continuing, and that high jump would be the girls' 13 high jump. They've been able to progress even though we've had rain. We've got the super sopper out there next to the runway, so we can clear it off for them. And as you can see, the officials have got all sorts of rain protection at the moment. As I said earlier, the forecast is for this weather to clear. Hopefully it'll clear in time for the finish of the championship. Unfortunately, that was a foul throw in the javelin. I'm watching the competitor from Northwest prepare to have her throw. Unfortunately, we can't see the height of the girls are jumping for at present. Yesterday, we did have a magnificent jump by young Isabel from Caringbah High, I think it was. Sorry, Kirrawee High School. Set a new record of 186, beating the old record by a mere 8 centimetres. It was a magnificent event, had the whole crowd behind her.
It's a third of a ruler, Neil.
Almost. Yes, almost a third of a ruler.
Probably doesn't sound that much, but it's huge. It's huge at that level.
Yep.
180, when you're jumping your height, that is, any incremental improvement is quite massive. So no doubt these athletes will be drawing inspiration. A little bit of a bobble there, but that has stayed upright and kept that athlete there in contention. So make sure you tune into the field streams as well to catch all the action from the third and final day of competition here at CHS 2023.
We're not far away from the start of the hurdles. The officials have done a magnificent job in getting them out. They're very precise in their placement. I'm very impressed how the regions come down and assist with one flight of, or each are allocated a flight, I believe, and they get it done very quickly. That jump yesterday, Nathan, you were saying that that height at that age ranks in the top 4 or 5 in the world, not just Australia.
Yeah, so it's as of 2023, that is the 4th best under 18 jump in the world. So pretty impressive, and actually for her calendar year, she is the best. So I think she's born 2007. So okay. For the 2007 birthday, she is the top ranked on the planet at the moment for this year. That's the sort of level we're dealing with here at the top echelon of our CHS state championships. And as we said, we're very privileged to have about 3 or 4 different 2023 Commonwealth Youth Games representatives. A lot of them missed their regional championships because they were representing Australia at the Commonwealth Youth Games. So great to see them be able to get a start here. And most of them in their final year of high school as well, finishing off in the best way possible.
A lot of these athletes will be setting their sights for 2028, will they not? The elite. Yeah,
2032 in Brisbane. Obviously, really a lot of motivation for a home Olympic Games. Obviously, we don't know what's happening with the 2026 Games yet, but 2032 definitely on the horizon for a lot of these athletes, and they'll be sort of hitting their peak. A lot of those in the middle of high school or the later end of high school right now. By the time 2032 comes around, they'll definitely still be in contention for Australian representation at the senior level, which is obviously the pinnacle of the sport. So we get a great shot here of this beautiful facility, Sydney Olympic Park. Look how green the grass is. It was the referees' training facility right here for them, not just for the Matildas, but for the whole FIFA Women's World Cup, which of course captivated the nation, and many of the games are played across the road at Acorn Stadium. Got Taylor Swift as well coming early next year. Neil, you got tickets to that?
No, I was unlucky. I couldn't. I was on the internet. I just missed out, I think.
Just missed out. Well, apparently people had about four or five different computers and they're waiting 13 hours. So imagine having that sort of influence. Imagine people wanting to see you that much. Unbelievable. But we do get an incredible amount of sporting or high-quality sporting events and entertainment events at the Sydney Olympic Park precinct, which is obviously a testament to the work done as part of the legacy of the Sydney 2000 Olympic Games.
It was. I was going to comment on the condition of the ground. I don't know if over the 20 years or so that I've been coming here, I've seen it as well looked after. Of course, they have a bit of work to do when they fill in the divots from the shot put. That I've noticed they're starting to, with the soggy conditions, leaving quite a big divot. But I'm sure they'll look after that. We are starting to get our hurdlers down near the start, but we still are awaiting the commencement of their 110 metres hurdles. Currently, we've also got a triple jump on at the moment, and that is the boys 16, I think, triple jump. Oh, sorry, we've got two triple jumps on. We've got both sides, both pitch working today, so we've got triple jump of the boys 16 and the boys 17 plus being conducted concurrently. I'm surprised that they're still able to maintain the high jump, Nathan, but they're obviously doing a good job of the super stopper and keeping the runways fairly safe.
Yeah, so there's a few key officials here, and we're very privileged to have some of the Athletics New South Wales officials who've been officiating for a lot of them since the Sydney Olympics, who do many a school carnival and club-based carnivals as well, and some of them is officiating at the 2018 Commonwealth Games and other international events. So they're very experienced in making sure they keep, they make sure that the equipment and the field of play is safe for all competitors. And of course, if it does get in the position, and the long jump is one event where if it does get in the position where it gets a bit too rock solid or it does compromise the safety, then that is obviously something to consider for these athletes. But not far away from the first of our hurdles finals. The boys just going through the final preparations. 15 years first will be getting underway, the 100-metre hurdles final. New South Wales CHS, as we said, far from ideal conditions, but we know that times are not the name of the game here. It is about trying to get the gold medal and see how they rank against the very best of our government school athletes we've got in New South Wales, and add their name to a list of champions we've had in the past. And even if they don't win, they know that there's plenty of athletes who haven't necessarily won, but have come through this pathway and have gone on to achieve some incredible things in athletics and other sports, and even outside of sport as well in other careers. So they've taken the boys off the track here, so not sure quite what the delay is. Maybe that the rain, the fact that we can, in our very comfortable booth here, I don't want to rub it into people, Neil, but I tell you what, it is really comfortable in here. And there you go, we got a shot here. Look at it pelting down. You know when you can see the rain on TV, like you do when you're watching the footy, then if you see the rain, you can can see it quite substantial, and then you know it is absolutely pouring down. So I think they're just going to wait for it to subside a bit. We do have a slightly shorter program than the previous days, so we do have a bit of luxury in terms of probably finishing, the scheduled finishing time anyway. It's about 90 minutes or so earlier than the first 2 days of competition.
It does look a little bit uncomfortable out there for the officials, but our hearts go out to them as we sit here in this comfortable booth. I might just go and get a cup of tea and a scone.
Cup of tea and a scone. I wouldn't mind a... Well, no, we had meat pies yesterday. It's probably a little bit early for that, but there the boys are probably getting some sort of shade, I'm guessing. Not shade. Shade.
Cover.
Cover.
Cover would be the operative term.
Operative word, yes.
Again, I think we should acknowledge the work of our Clutch TV personnel, what commentators out there, Westy with his umbrella over in protecting the cameraman.
I think we did offer him a spot up here, but he's like, nope, I've got to be out there. I've got to feel it with the athletes, know what they're experiencing. So kudos to him. He's a commentator at the Olympic Games, I believe, for water polo, Westy. So knows what he's doing, and he's doing a great job out there, as well as Matt, our other commentator, covering the other field stream. So don't forget to tune into those field event streams. We encourage you to do so for the next couple of minutes or so while we wait for these hurdles to get themselves ready. The first sprint hurdles final, I should say, on day 3 of the 2023 New South Wales Combined High Schools Championships.
Talking about the presentation of the field here, I know for a fact that the Rugby League Academy that's just behind us, or the Rugby League, the New South Wales Rugby League headquarters, just behind this venue, they cut the grass there every day.
Is that right?
Yeah. And they obviously haven't cut the grass. Well, they may have cut the grass this morning before the event started on here. Because it was looking in pristine condition. But I was talking to one of the groundsmen, one of the greenkeepers over there, and he said they cut it every day. I was going to invite him to my place, but I don't think he'd go that far.
A little bit of a smaller area, though. Probably do it in a fraction of the time.
He could. That's what I said to him, but he still wasn't interested.
Probably have to pay top dollar too. It looks like we're ready to go here. The boys are back out. The rain is still coming down, but it's subsided a little bit. I'm sure there was another reason for it as well, as the boys make sure the blocks are firmly fixed into the ground. If they're not, they don't stomp on them, then it really does leave them open to a little bit of a block slippage because of the power these boys will put through to try and maximise the reaction time in their drive phase in the first 20 metres or so. They'll stay nice and low, try and keep the power down as they work towards that first hurdle. The next final on the track, ladies and gentlemen, is the boys' 15 years 100-metre hurdles. Introducing your CHS finalists. Lane 2, representing Muirfield, Sydney West, Henry Andrews. In lane 3, representing Queanbeyan, South Coast, Wyatt Gordon. In lane 4, from John Edmondson, Sydney South West, Drake Ayers. In lane 5, representing Westfield Sports, Sydney South West, Funalaki Akafalo. In lane 6, the silver medalist last year for Port Hacking High School, Sydney East, Kingston Yavala. In lane 7, the defending champion, representing Chatswood, Sydney North, Andre Hampel. In lane 8, representing Carlingford High School, Sydney North, Lewis Wong. And in lane 9, representing Carabas South Coast, Noel Campos. This is the final, the boys' 15 years 100-metre hurdles CHS Championship of New South Wales. CHS record 13.06. Michael Mitchell-Tyso of Arena. We know Andre Hampel's 13.21 is his best this year. He's ranked third in the country at the moment. See what he can do here and what all these boys can produce in the final, the boys 15 years, 100-metre hurdles. So a little bit unsteady there. I think what they look for, if the hands come off the ground, so if they rock forward, their hands still on the ground, I think that might be a distinguishing feature. These start officials can see David Bryan walking out, and he's just explaining what the athlete needs to do, the international official himself. Very experienced start area coordinator and start referee. Sounds like a simple thing being a starter, but at this level, to make sure it is a fair playing field, there is a lot of nuances that I've certainly learned about over the years. And we go again for attempt number 2, the boys 15 years, 100-metre hurdles final. So defending champion Andre Hampel in 7th, third from the left, Kingston Yuvala, silver medalists last year, Port Hacking, Sydney East in the centre. So away pretty evenly away, probably South Coast wide. Gordon up alongside, but Andre Hampel's got a narrow lead at the moment. Yuvala still in touch and up alongside him as well, like a fellow, but it's Hampel driving towards the line here. It's a tailwind behind him and it's 13.70. So he's taken another title. Not the best conditions for our sprint hurdlers, but the win is the main priority, and time not too much of an issue. He's the 3rd fastest in this age group in this event this year, and put another strong performance together to win the CHS title for the boys 15 years 100-metre hurdles.
Our next event will be event number 131. And it will be the boys 14 years 100 metres hurdles.
Cameron Badger, very quality athlete as well. He'll start in lane 5 in this next one. So the same specifications here. So when we talk about comparison of times between the 2 years, so they're both 84 centimetre height for the 14 and 15 years boys. So obviously it changes in distance, changes the position of the hurdles depending on their age group and also the height. So when we look at the rankings, Cameron Badger is ranked, we said Andre Hampel ranked 3rd in the country, 13.21 in 2023. 5th in the country, Cameron Badger. And he'll start in lane 5, as we said in the next one, as the boys get themselves ready.
The weather seems to be easing marginally. When we look out behind us, there's unfortunately still a lot of grey sky. So you're saying, Nathan, that whilst the heights of these flights, with the different ages, the distance between the flights changes. Is that correct?
Yeah, the position of the hurdles do change depending on, obviously, the distance of the race. So there's different little coloured markings on the track. You'll probably be able to see them on the stream when we do go back to the main track. Not in the first 20 metres or so, but further down the track you'll see a lot of different markings, and that indicates a hurdle position. On the inside rail it tells you the positioning of each of these hurdles, and the officials and team managers doing a great job in making sure they are in the right place to make sure it is fair for everyone. And this part here, even more important, Neil, because it is a little bit cooler today, and our sprinters like warm conditions. They like it as hot as possible. They want it as close to, maybe not 40 degrees, but mid-30s would be ideal for sprinting conditions, and they need to make sure they get everything switched on and activated before they go, because it has probably been a little bit of a time period between their last warm-up at the warm-up track and also their final run-throughs here. Next event on the track is the final of the boys' 14 years 100-metre hurdle CHS state final. Introducing your competitors in lane 2, representing Tweed River North Coast, Blade Thompson. In lane 3, representing Epic Boys High School Sydney North, Daniel Cox. Lane 4, the silver medalist last year from Chatswood, Sydney North, Zach Evans. In 5, from Endeavour Sports High School, Sydney East, Cameron Badger. In 6, from the Hill Sports High School, Sydney West, Hareeb Ethan Hoshi Aguasa, who's the defending champion. In 7, Arthur Phillip High School, Sydney West representative, Darius Dijan. In 8, third last year from Westfield Sports, Sydney South West, Coben Best. And in 9, Emmerdale High School, Sydney South West, Riley Nonamasha. This is the final of the boys' 14 years 100-metre hurdles. Meet record 13.38, Rashid Kaba, 2019. So away here, and it looks like Zach Evans, silver medalist last year, got away as the best of starts. Badger trying to draw level. He might just have the smallest of margins on the outside of Glass of the Hill Sports, but it's Badger powering away to get the CHS title. Zach Evans will get second again, backing up from his silver last year, 13.88, into a significant headwind, so doesn't need to worry too much about the time. But well on Cameron Badger, who's the CHS state champion here in the boys' 14 years 100-metre hurdles. Interestingly, Badger's best time this year is exactly in line with the meet record, 13.38, which ranks him 5th in the country in 2023. And that is also Rashid Kaba's meet record from 2019. So definitely in great form this year. Boys' 15 years 100-metre hurdles.
And we saw Rashid Kaba yesterday in the boys' 17 plus actually equal the record that he established last year at 13.73. So he's been a dominant figure in the sprint hurdles. And he's a magnificent athlete.
Outstanding performance of last year. Very charismatic character. We all love Rashid.
Yes, actually, I had the pleasure.
He loves his athletics, and he
does
have a good time. Same as Izzy as well. There's plenty of people out there who just remember exactly why they do it, and that's the most important thing. You just got to make sure that because the training can be hard, it can be quite a grind, can be grueling, can be monotonous at times, but if you just take a step back and go, hang on, I do this because I enjoy it.
Well, actually,
and remember that you enjoy it.
I've always seen athletics, again, as a team, my team sport background. Athletics is an individual sport. But I had the pleasure of presenting Rashid with his gold medal yesterday. And the camaraderie of the three boys on the dais was quite amazing, and they were all happy for each other, which I found very good.
Yeah, so Jacinta Lampert will start here in lane 6. She set the record in the heat yesterday, 13.78. So see what she can do here. The previous record, 14.03. From Samantha Geddes, Caringbah High School in 2015. So the girls 17 plus 100-metre hurdles, a lot of them their final time. Yep. Show us what they can do here at the CHS State Championships. Been here for quite a number of years.
I think that'll play a part in their thinking on today. The 17 plus, those kids athletes who are finishing up their career at CHS, and if they reflect back on the number of good times they've had here. That might add a little bit more emotion to the event. But she is certainly an outstanding athlete, Jacinta Lampert from Endeavour Sports High School.
Next event on the track is the girls 17 plus 100-metre hurdles CHS State Championship Final. Introducing your finalists for 2023. In lane 2 from Westfield Sports High School, Marissa Tanofsky. In lane 3, representing Model Farm, Sydney West, Vanessa Appel. In lane 4, representing Heathcote High School, Sydney East, Gina Hardy. In lane 5, from Riverside Girls High School, Sydney North Region, Michaela Kelleher. In lane 6, she set the record 13.78 in the heat from Endeavour Sports High School, Jacinta Lamprey. In lane 7, representing Goulburn Western Region, Millie Harper. In lane 8, representing North Lake, Sydney North, Kira Vaughan. And in lane 9, representing the Nepean, Sydney West, Zara Myers. This is the field, and it's a great field as well for the girls' 17 plus 100 metre hurdles final.
Monahan King from Camera in Sydney North. Looking forward to the presentation area, please.
So away probably the quickest there, Michaela Kelleher of Sydney North, but now it's Jacinta Lambert, 13.78 in the heat. What can she do here? Gina Hardy of Heathcote, Sydney East, looking for a 1-2 for Sydney East. Have a look at the margin she's opened up on the field here, ladies and gentlemen. 13.83, very close to her time in the heat. It's a nice tailwind as well. Great job as well by Michaela Kelleher of Riverside Girls in Sydney North to come through. But in a league of her own, the Commonwealth Youth representative Jacinta Lambert, plus 0.4 tailwind. And a great run, very close to her heat time, 13.83, which still annihilates the previous record, 14.03. Samantha Geddes came behind 2015. But great way to finish off her high school career here at CHS, the girls 17 plus 100 metre hurdles. Not bad.
That was a remarkable run. I just sat here in awe. She had 10 metres. She had a full flight when she finished in front of the other girls. It's just the dominance.
Absolute dominance, and in a technical event, it is hard to repeat it time and time again. So, really good to see them nail it when it counts the most, of course, and done a great job, as we see on screen now. The girls' 16 years. Izzy Lewis and Rowe again in the event she got this event. So I think this is 2 races, the next 2 races. So the girls 16 years up first. And Sydney East very well represented here with Isabel Lewis and Rowe, Kirrawee in 5, Savannah Taylor, Endeavour Sports in 8. We've also got 2 Sydney North as well, Kiana Johnson and Sarah Coote, as the battle for that regional point score continues.
And our gold medalist, the New South Wales CHS champion from Endeavour Sports in the Sydney East region. Please congratulate Jade Stride.
Really important as an athlete too, when you're not actually, there's a lot of things outside of your control, like a delay in a race start, like you're planning on doing your warm-up X amount of minutes before your race, but obviously things can change. You've got to be able to adapt to those changes as well, and those versatile athletes, which will actually prevail, and those who actually go overseas will you can tell they've got that international exposure and have to deal with a lot of different variations. So when they compete here at home, everything seems predictable and easy and convenient because they've done it so many times here at Sydney Olympic Park. I could probably guess some of these girls have raced here close to, definitely more than 50 times over their career. So from Little A's all the way up, some school carnivals are done here. It's a very regularly used venue, so they're very familiar with the process here, and particularly for those who competed throughout the summer in club athletics.
So would this be like the major event or premier venue for them to compete at?
I think so. Well, definitely in New South Wales, I would say it's definitely the top 2 in the country. There's a very good facility, Lakeside Stadium, down in Melbourne as well, and a very good track up in Brisbane as well. But warm-up facility, the grandstand facilities, and I like the fact as well the long jump runway, and the major meets actually do the pole vault here. Nina Kennedy set her Australian record right in front of us here, who is now obviously currently the world champion.
Yes. So it'd be the equivalent to someone playing at Oakville Stadium in rugby league or rugby union, and this is the premier New South Wales venue.
Next event on the track is the girls 16 years 100 metre hurdles final. Introducing your competitors from Lane 2, representing Hawkesbury, Sydney West, Rebecca Coit. Lane 3 from Wadolba Community School, Sydney North, Kiana Johnson. Lane 4 from Albury, Riverina, Michaela Talbot. In lane 5, she's been doing everything fresh off her high jump record yesterday. Kirrawee High School, Sydney East, Isabel Lewison-Rowe. In lane 6 from Newtown Performing Arts, Sydney East, Jade Almeida. In lane 7 from Cherrybrook Tech, Sydney North, Sarah Coote. In lane 8 representing Endeavour Sports High School, Sydney East, Savannah Taylor. And in lane 9 representing Merriweather High School, Hunter Region, Anna Cupid. This is the final of the girls 16 years 100 metre hurdles. So again, really important to get through the rounds. We see athletes sometimes at the senior level who are really, really good at one-off performances, been able to go through the heats, the semis, and when they get to senior level and the finals. But basically how busy some of these girls have been over the last 3 days, basically like they've done semis. As we see the girls finalise the preparation. You'll start this on the inset screen, which is exactly what showed on the scoreboard here in the main, at the competition arena. So away pretty quickly here on the inside there. Michaela Talbot of Albury High School, Lewison-Rowe trying to shadow her here on the outside as well. Sarah Coote pushing up into third place. A battle in the centre of a track, a great one. Talbot and Lewison-Rowe right on the line. I think Talbot just got there. Well, Lizzie's got enough medals, gold medals anyway, so fantastic stuff. Michaela Talbot of Riverina, Albury High School have been so strong in a couple of events here, and they have got a gold medal courtesy of Michaela Talbot in the girls 16 years 100 hurdles.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'll draw your attention to the presentation area.
Once again, we've seen the tremendous camaraderie between the competitors. To a person, they've congratulated each other on their performances, and they generally care for each other, which I find very, very impressive.
Well, it is a bit of a small world, the athletics world, and they do know each other so well. Some of them, which we're about to see in this next race, know each other all the way from Little A's and have done so since tiny tots and worked their way through the ranks, heading through school, Little A's, zone, region, state, national level for many years. And it's a sport that can produce so many lifelong memories and friends. And at the end of the day, that's what it's all about, trying to love what you do and try to challenge yourself, set those personal goals, and you have full control over how you go with that.
Well, I found it interesting, especially yesterday in the boys 17 plus hurdles when Rashid Kabar equalled his record. The other boys in the race were obviously the competitors in the race were very aware of what he'd just achieved. So even though a lot of them had done their personal best, they were straight over to congratulate him. And they all watched with interest to see what the wind assistance was going to be if he was going to set a new record.
Ladies and gentlemen, I draw your attention to the presentation area where we have the medalists in the boys 14-year-old 100-metre hurdles event. Our bronze medalist from the Hills Sports High School in Sydney West with a time of 14.20, Ethan Aguasa. Our silver medalist from Chatsworth High School in Sydney North with a time of 14.08, Zach Evans. And with a time of 13.86, our gold medalist and New South Wales CHS champion for 2023 from Endeavour Sports High School in Sydney East. Please congratulate Cameron Badger.
It's time now to introduce the finalists for the girls' 15 years 90-metre hurdle CHS State Championship Final for 2023. Your competitors from Lane 2, representing the Janali High School Sydney East, Lily Jenkins. In Lane 3, representing Carlingford Sydney North, Lani Karoya. In Lane 4, from Chatham Hunter Region, Janali Sims. Lane 5, the silver medalist last year, ranked 3rd in the country, Endeavour Sports High School, Neve Jenkins. In Lane 6, the defending champion, currently ranked 1st in Australia at the moment in this event, Endeavour Sports High School, Tammin Lampret. In Lane 7, the bronze medalist last year from East Hills Girls, Sydney South West, Piper Todd. In Lane 8, from Riverside Girls, Sydney North, Zara Pawsey. In Lane 9, from Golgong Western Region, this is Matilda Harper. The final about to get underway here for the girls' 15 years 90-metre hurdles. Lampert with the best of the starts, Jenkins shadowing her and Todd. They were the medalists last year. Also on the inside moving well is Lily Jenkins here, probably in 4th place, but it's Lampert pushing away. Have a look at the time, 12.83, just a 1/10 of a second outside the record held by Carly Roger of Kirrawee in 2007. Continues her strong early season form here to win the CHS, another CHS gold medal for the girls' 15 years 90-metre hurdles with a plus 0.7, so it might not be the best conditions, but at least they've got a tailwind behind them. And plenty of finals still to come here on the track. Day 3, the final day of competition here at the New South Wales Combined High Schools Championships. We've seen some incredible action so far. So many athletes backing up so well from a very, very busy program here on the 3rd and final day of competition. Incredible depth, and of course, we're in a really good place in women's sprint hurling at the moment. We look at the Australian all-time list. We've got a number of the athletes in the fastest, a number of athletes featuring in the top 10 all-time list, and the results confirmed there for the race just completed on the track. Tammin Lampert 12.81, 13.25 for Neve Jenkins. Endeavour Sports High School again go 1-2. Piper Todd, East Hills Girls, Sydney South West gets another medal as well, 13.39. Kudos as well, Lily Jenkins, Janali High School, Sydney East, 13.70 for 4th place. next event on the track is the girls 14 years 90-metre hurdles final. And starting in lane 2 from Nevis Sports High School, Sydney East, Sienna Latanis. In lane 3, representing Campbelltown Performing Arts, Sydney Southwest, Shakina Benavalu. In lane 4, from Cheltenham Girls, Sydney North, Eden Herring. In lane 5, bronze medalist last year from Strathfield Girls, Sydney East, Maya Idris. In 6, representing Elizabeth Mack, Sydney Southwest, Madeline Lee. Lane 7, second in 2022 in this event, representing Glenwood High School, Sydney West, Angelina Burfoot. In lane 8, representing Kingscliff High School, North Coast, Macy France. In lane 9, representing Grafton, North Coast, Lakia White. This is the field for the girls 14 years, 90-metre hurdles, CHS State Gold, Silver and Bronze up for grabs here in the next event on the track. So really quick reaction there by Banavalu on the inside. Latanis up alongside her as well. Also Maya Idris, third last year, but leading is Eden Herring. Sydney North athlete looking really swift over with one flight to clear. She does so well and she'll get the win. A fast finish on the outside as well by Macy France of the North Coast. Angelina Burfoot, who was second last year, the Glenwood athlete from Sydney West. Also with a very strong performance with the time, 13.87 there to take the win. The girls 14 years, 90 metres hurdles. Fantastic race here again. We know how strong Australian women's hurdling is at the moment right now. We've got a lot of athletes at the open level in the all-time list who are currently competing at the senior level. No doubt they've been inspiring this next generation coming through. Very impressed with the standard here at the CHS State Championships for 2023. So one more hurdles event still to come, I believe. Oh, we might have a couple more, sorry, and then we move into our 1,500 metre walk. For the girls juniors, and then into our 4x100 metre relay heats before we move into the 1,500 metre finals, which will also be an incredible event on the program here on the third and final day.
Ladies and gentlemen, I draw your attention to the presentation area where we are about to present medals to the place getters and the boys 15-year-old 100-metre hurdles event. Our bronze medalists from Westfield Sports High School, Aga Falau Funalaki. Our bronze medalists, our silver medalists from Port Hackney High School, Yavala Kingston. And our gold medalist from Chatswood High School in Sydney North, Andre Hampel.
Just a reminder to the Hunter and Northwest team managers, your warm-up duty is starting soon. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, just another reminder about the 2023 New South Wales All Schools Track and Field Championships. The pathway does not end here. You can combine with the best of our independent schools and Catholic schools around New South Wales for the All Schools event, which this year will be split into 2 weekends, the 16 to 19 years taking place here from the 23rd to the 25th of September, and the 12 to 15 years age groups taking place between the 6th and 8th of October. Entries are now open and close very shortly, so please head to nswathletics.org.au to find out more information. There are no progressions through. Anyone can enter by the closing date, and any secondary school athlete in New South Wales is eligible to enter. So head to nswathletics.org.au for more information.
Ladies and gentlemen, I draw your attention to the presentation area where we are about to award medals for the girls 15 just as now. Our bronze medalist from Sydney West, Campbelltown High School, Mia Thompson. Our silver medalist from Endeavour Sports High School in Sydney East, Tallulah Prentice. And our gold medalist from Horse and Agricultural High School in Sydney Southwest, Ricky Roberts. Ladies and gentlemen, I'll draw your attention to the presentation area where we're about to award medals to the place getters in the girls' 15-year-old 90-metre hurdles event. Our bronze medalist from Easthill Girls High School at a time of 13.39, Piper Todd. Our silver medalist at a time of 13.25 from Endeavour Sports High School in Sydney East, Neve Jenkins. And in a time of 12.81, also from Endeavour Sports High School in Sydney East, and the New South Wales CHS champion for 2023, please congratulate Taman Lampress.
As our competitors move to the behind their blocks, we currently have on the field events the boys 15 boys shot put. So if you want to go to the field events, switch over and watch the boys 15 years shot put.
From Goulburn High School in the Western region in a time of 16.98 is Millie Harper. Our silver medalist from Riverside Girls High School in Sydney North in a time of 16.71, Michaela Kelleher. And our gold medalist and New South Wales CHS champion for 2023 in a meet record of 13.81 from Endeavour Sports High School in Sydney East. A huge congratulations to Jacinta Lampert.
Next event on the track is the girls' 13 years 80-metre hurdles. Introducing your competitors, starting in lane 2, representing Hawkesbury, Sydney West, Tamara Davies. In lane 3 from Mawari High School South Coast, Holly Johnson. In lane 4, representing Engadine High School, Sydney East, Maddie Cornish. In lane 5, representing Elizabeth Mack, Sydney South West, Mia Tattersall. In lane 6, from Cheltenham Girls, Sydney North, April Bateman. In lane 7, representing Endeavour Sports High School, Sydney East, Jade Strahl. In lane 8, representing Cherrybrook Tech, Sydney North, Nasini Rajapashka Mudiyanze. In 9, representing Bega South Coast, May Henderson. This is the CHS State Final for the girls, 13 years, 80-metre hurdles. Meet record 12.32 from Carly Roger, Kirrawee High School back in 2005. Unsteady, they'll just be called back again. Or it could have been a technical issue with the start equipment. See the competitors listed there on the board. Jade Strahl had a very successful championship so far. A lot of these girls have been in multiple events, as we said, trying to back up another gold medal opportunity, or to see how they rank against the best in New South Wales.
Ladies and gentlemen, I draw your attention to the presentation area where we are about to award medals for the girls' 14-year-old 90-metre hurdle event. Our bronze medalist from Glenwood High School in Sydney West, Angelina Burford. Our silver medalist from Kingscliff on the North Coast, Macy France. And our gold medalist, the New South Wales CHS champion for 2023 from Cheltenham Girls High School in Sydney North. Please congratulate Eden Herring.
So underway pretty even across the field here, but it is the Sydney East athlete Maddie Cornish off to the best of the starts. Also Jade Strahl, and in the middle of them April Bateman of Cheltenham Girls. It's Bateman and Strahl all the way to the line, and Strahl gets there, I think, I think 13.54 plus 1.3 metres per second, the tailwind. So Jade Strahl, 13.46 the best this year. She did the National Championships. She did that into a headwind. So not too far off that, and she has had a successful championship so far. We will confirm with the photo finish what the official result is there. It was super close. I think she might have got there though. So a great battle again between the Sydney North and Sydney East regions. In the girls' 13 years, 80-metre hurdles final. How close was that? Unbelievable. So Jade Strahl, of course, incredible athlete from Endeavour Sports High School, George District Athletic Club as well. No doubt we'll see many of these girls at all schools, and not just the top 3 place getters. As we said, it's open to everyone, and looking to see how their ranking against the best government school athletes translates to the independent and Catholic schools as well. So there it is, 13.52. There it is, 13.52, 3 100ths clear of April Bateman of Cheltenham girls. Great battle between those two fantastic young athletes, 13.55. 13.84 for Maddie Cornish, the early leader in Engadine High School, Sydney East. So that finishes off our hurdles advanced girls 12 to 14. 1,500 metre walk is next on the track. Before we move into the prelims, before we move into the finals, before we move into the prelims of the 4x100 metres. I'm just so excited, Neil. I want the finals to be here right now for the relays. You can't tell, relays are one of my favourite things in athletics, and we saw some really close ones between the 12, 13, 14 years divisions. We see our more experienced teams go around, where we know that the momentum through those changes are the crucial thing. You can have the 4 individual. It's amazing how different it is when you combine the 4 individual times of individual 100-metre runners and how far sometimes they are off the best. And you can see the difference between those schools who've invested that time and energy and effort into doing those practice. And obviously with a shortage of time in schools, it's not the easiest thing to do, but if you are able to do it, it makes a world of difference. And if you're able to bring a CHS state title back to your school to celebrate, then probably worth that effort, I reckon.
I wouldn't be at all surprised if the relay teams, Nathan, are out the back or over the training track just practicing their changeovers. Which is going to be so critical today, especially with the wet weather. Well, I was speaking to one of the coaches earlier as well. It's and he was talking about how he was here last year, but he basically didn't see any races because he was back and forth between different relay teams, the call room back to the warm-up track, call room back to the warm-up track. Basically saw his team run, and that was about it. So it is a very time-consuming process on event day as well as leading up. And we know that there's a lot of things to take into consideration. A lot of people do tend to put their fastest runners as well in the back straight, and they do have a very unique. Well, there's a couple of different ways: push pass, down sweep, up sweep pass. Probably the push pass is what most teams use to be the safest, get the baton safely around. The Japanese team as well internationally have been very well known for not, as I said before, not having necessarily the fastest 4 individual runners, but they can produce an incredible relay and punt and be much closer than what people would expect to the likes of Jamaica in the United States. I'm just having a quick scan of the records for the girls relays coming up, the 17 plus, 16s and 15s, and there's some pretty remarkable times there. So it'll be interesting to see how we go. We had a record last year in the girls 16 4x100 set by Endeavour Sports High School.
Haven't had any records so far in these championships for the relays, I don't think. So the total, the records, and Neil, you read them out earlier, we've got 7 records in total across the first 2 days of competition. I don't think we've had any. We might have had, unless we've had something on the field, I don't think we've had any so far in day 3, but it's still early days. And we know how hard these records are to get. And the longer the event, 108 years, then it's obviously going to be more scarce the the number of records that are achieved each year. So just a reminder, field stream number 1 and 2 catching all the action. If you're looking for your athletes on the field. And welcome everyone watching and tuning in to classrooms and wherever you are watching around New South Wales and Australia. We hope you're enjoying the live coverage of the 2023 New South Wales CHS Championships. Thank you to Clutch TV, doing a great job, the operators there, and all our staff and officials and Athletics New South Wales officials and the Grey Saints high school students who are doing a tremendous job in ably assisting our officials in, as you can see, not necessarily the most pleasant conditions. Last 2 days it was, but today not so much. But it certainly hasn't dampened the spirits of our athletes. The grandstand, it actually has made the grandstand more full, Neil, because everyone is looking for cover. There's a few keen parents and supporters that you can see right now behind the high jump area and where our discus throw is occurring and the shot put. So there's 3 events happening at that end of the field where the camera is facing. So discus, shot put and high jump all in action. The javelin at the scoreboard end as well, where the camera is positioned. So it is all happening here. So make sure you tune into field event stream number 1 and 2 from day 3 of the New South Wales CHS Championships, the 108th edition.
Just having a quick scan of the boys' relay times also for the boys 15s upwards. The longest standing one is the boys 16 years of 43.15 set by Hunters Hills High School, Sydney North in 2007. So we'll eagerly watch those today. And javelin up there, they're getting a little bit of wind distance, I think, but one goes out. Oh, they're obviously having a warm-up throw.
You never know about these people. Draw your attention to the presentation area where we are about to award medals to the boys 16-year-old triple jump event. Our bronze medalists.
Got a little bit of hiatus here while we're waiting for the some of the track events to come down to commence.
We're going.
Did you see all the athletes for the field events all huddled under the shelters that have been provided? Looking quite comfortable in their athletic singlets while others are rugged up with their jackets and hoodies on. It is a little bit chilly out there. Looking good for my golf game tomorrow, if the weather continues. That might not be a bad thing. No, I think we also should acknowledge the work of the parents here. Of course, they've got a vested interest. They devote a number of hours either taking their athletes to training, making sure they get to events, and especially over these 3 days, keeping them calm and rested so they can compete at their very best. For some of these athletes, this will be their highest level of competition, and there's nothing wrong with that. That's a fantastic effort to get to the CHS State Championships. Just by getting here is a win for a lot of these athletes. They commit themselves to their training and they proudly represent their schools, which I think is the other thing we don't make enough or give them enough credit for. It is they'll go back and they've been able to share with their classmates their experiences here, and that may encourage younger students and other students to become involved in active sport.
It is, as we were talking about earlier as well, Neil, when you look at the school sport pathway and the main objectives, competitive, pursue the elite pathway, high performance, or recreational. It doesn't matter, as long as lifelong physical activity is what it's all about. And as we said, the school sport unit does a great job of a range of initiatives beyond representative school sport. That's only one small part of it. Obviously, professional development and learning for teachers as well, to make sure that they actually are upskilled and provide an environment within individual schools to help students realise their full potential.
We run a number of courses in athletics officiating, swimming officiating, and for teachers who may not be that knowledgeable about sport does give them the opportunity to learn, and so they can present a professional track and field event at their own school level. And that's one of the benefits of the school sports unit. And of course, we've got the inclusivity group too that are doing a wonderful job with the disability students around New South Wales in swimming and track and field, in particular cross country. But just recently there was an event held up in the Hunter region, the New South Wales Primary Schools Association football, where they also conducted an event for students with disabilities that was highly successful, with a lot of the representatives from the various association teams actually helping with the presentation of that event. So that was a very beneficial event. We've been joined by Mr. Grant Parker, who's currently the acting executive officer of the New South Wales CHS. And Grant, the event's been going fairly well, don't you think? Yeah.
Sorry about that. Yes, we had a little bit of rain this morning, but the track is drying out, as you've probably seen on the live stream, and we are proceeding as timetabled. I'd just like to throw a thank you out to all of our officials who have been out in the weather this morning. It hasn't been terrific, but they've stuck to their posts, and the championships are proceeding very well.
Yeah, well, from Nathan and I's point of view, we've been suffering up here in the comfort of this commentary box.
We just need the fridge.
So, Grant, we've been enjoying it up here, but there's been some remarkable performances over the last 3 days. We've had 7 records established, new records established, and some truly remarkable athletes. And we have a presentation going on down the bottom, where one of those athletes is Isabella Lewison-Ray from Kirrawee High School, has had a remarkable championship. She set a new record yesterday in the girls' high jump of 186, which I believe is the fourth best height this year for the under-18s. Mr. Parker's left us, so thank you very much for his work in making sure this event has continued so successfully over the last 3 days. We are still waiting for our next track event, so those people will remind you that if you like to go to the coverage, and you can see on the screen here in this one, currently we're looking at the high jump.
From Albury High School in the Riverina, please congratulate Michaela Talbot.
we're still awaiting the competitors for our next event on the track, and that will be the girls 14-year-old 1,500 metre walk. So I'm not sure why we've had this break in proceedings. Maybe the conditions aren't pleasant enough, for want of a better term. We're now watching a young competitor from Northwest in the shot put circle. And he's launched it out there almost to 16 metres, so that's a really good put. The other end we've got javelin, and that's a huge throw from that competitor. It was from Sydney West. It looks like it was over 50 metres. So that's the boys 12 years. Sorry, boys 17 plus javelin at the far end, at the northern end. Our walkers are now coming onto the track. Currently at the southern end we have the boy, the shot put, the girls 17 plus high jump, the boys girls 13 discus, we're just waiting on the competitor to go into the circle for the shot put. Now on our screens we have the javelin, and on this field stream, our shot putter from Sydney East. We're going to be able to watch his technique. He settles a putt into his huge spin, and a throw of approximately 14.5 metres, as we have our competitors in the girls 12 by 14, 1,500 metre walk. Representing Sydney Southwest from Liverpool Girls High School, we have Chloe Wolf. From Colo, Sydney West, we have Maisie Mitchell. From Sydney East, Tempe High School, Dasha Gonzalez. We have from Westfield Sports High School, not sure if our Westfield Sports High School, Lily Twidgen. And from Sydney Clara High School, Sydney North, Lily Horn. From the Hunter, Glendale. And we had a young competitor in the boys walk from Glendale who did extremely well. Emma Herndon is a girl from Glendale High School. From Wyong High School, Sydney North, Hannah Butler. From the Hills Sports High School, Sydney West, Emma Hoskins. And Stella Pinches from Lambton High School.
Next event on the track is the girls 12 to 14 1,500 metre race walk. We'll introduce the full list of competitors once they get underway. Underway here in the girls 12 to 14 1,500 metre race walk. Another long-standing record. Michelle French of Cranebrook, 1996, set the record of 6:25.78. As we said, 10 competitors. Chloe Wolf in number 1, Liverpool Girls. Macy Mitchell wearing 2 for Colo, Sydney West. Deja Gonzalez, number 3. William Twitchen wearing number 4. Number 5, Lily Horn of Kalara, Sydney North. In 6, Emma Herndon, Glendale, Hunter Region. In 7, Hannah Butler of Wyong, Sydney North.
Number 8, Emma Hoskins, the Hill Sports, Sydney West. Number 9, Stella Pinches of Lambton High School, Hunter Region. Number 10, Imogen Anderson, Smiths Hill, South Coast. And it's Macy Mitchell, unsurprisingly, to the early lead here for Colo, Sydney West. A great battle in behind as well. So, these girls, this is a real sprint for them. Normally they're used to, or some of them are used to walking over 3Ks on the road event if they're competing for a club. As a warning goes out there to one of our competitors. So 3 laps to go. Discipline so crucial here with Macy Mitchell opening up a 20-metre lead on the trio in behind, and that's Emma Herndon, followed by Emma Hoskins and also Stella Pinches of Hunter Region, the white cap there in 4th position.
Attention team managers, just a reminder, could you, the relay change officials, make your way down to the finish line. Relay team changes, please make your way to the finish line. Thank you, managers.
We've mentioned some of the past significant names who've come through the CHS Championships in the past. Of course, we've had a number of race walkers, probably the best of them, as we've said, Jane Saville of Sydney Girls High School, 3-time Commonwealth champion in the 20K and 10K walk, 2004 Olympic bronze medalist, has come through this event. It's been the breeding ground for her and so many others, 73 Australian representatives in athletics in total over the years. And it is Macy Mitchell at the moment who's still got really good margin over the rest of the field. She's extended a little bit. 2nd and 3rd still unseparated at the moment. She time trials her way around the track here in the girls 12 to 14 1500 metre race walk final, looking for a CHS state title. Different conditions to what you'd expect on a spring day and what they're normally expecting at CHS. Very different to the last 2 days, but it's Macy Mitchell working towards the line and collects 800 metres to go. The margin out to about 40 metres now, so still holding good leg speed. Looks to be Emma Hoskins, maybe of the Hill Sports High School, Sydney West, just starting to try and stretch Emma Herndon of Hunter a little bit here. Glendale High School representative, and then Stella Pinches of Lambton, also in Hunter Region, trying to find something in the last 800. Firmly setting her sights onto the back of silver and bronze, not too far up the track. As we see Chloe Wolfe of Liverpool Girls, Sydney South West, also go through with 2 laps to go in about 3:45. Lily Horn of Kalara, Sydney North, next to collect 800 to go as well. And the next 2 to go through will be Hannah Butler of Wyong, Sydney North, working well together with Daisha Gonzalez of Tempe High School in Sydney East. So all of our competitors now with 800 metres or less remaining in the girls 12 to 14 1500 metre walk championship.
Our record holder here, Nathan Michelle French from Cranbrook, had a career after CHS and into 2011, in the late 90s, 2000 and through to 2011. She represented Australia at Youth Games through that time. She had her last competition, I can see here, the outdoor 1500 metres. She did a time for 1500 metres of 4 minutes 44.07 in Canberra. She's represented Australia at the junior level, so she went on to enjoy her career in walking.
We're collecting the bell now. Let's make some noise and show your support here for our race walkers as they work their way around the track one more time. Macy Mitchell, the first of them to go through ahead here of Emma Hoskins of the Hills Sports High School. We'll also collect the bell. She's pushed herself ahead. Emma Herndon, the elastic band is not broken yet though for the Glendale athlete. She's still very much in contention for this silver medal as the clock goes over 5:40, and now Stella Pinches in the white cap also collecting 1 lap to go here as well. 5:47 with 400 metres to walk in the girls 12 to 14 years age group. Also with 1 lap to go, Liverpool girls competitor Chloe Wolf also making her way through. So Colo High School have got 2 athletes who are in the record books right now. And this record very, very hard to get. Michelle Franch, as said, went on to achieve things beyond the CHS Championships as well. But 6:25.78 is such an impressive time. But all credit to Macy Mitchell, who went after it from the gun. With 100 metres to go, he's showing us exactly why she's in this position now, because she's been aggressive, she's showed intent, she's set a fast tempo from the start. Sometimes you've got to take positive risks, sometimes just test yourself beyond your comfort zone, and she's probably done that a little bit here. And Hannah Butler coming through as well with the bell. Very good battle between her and Daisha Gonzalez of Tempe High School, Sydney East. Here comes your CHS state champion for 2023. Put your hands together for Macy Mitchell of Colo High School, Sydney West. She's got the job done. She's absolutely annihilated it too. 7:17.61. And have a look at this, Emma Herndon. Wow, what a last lap from her. She's absolutely flown the last 400. Emma Hoskins of the Hill Sports High School hanging tough there. That was something. I'd love to see the last 400 metre split from her. Incredible battle between our silver and bronze medalists.
They haven't left anything out on the track, these competitors. They've put it all in, especially, as you said, our young girl from Glendale. Glendale's done very well in the walks today. They've had a podium finish in the boys, 12-14, and also
they have
in the girls. So well done.
Well done to Stella Pinches of Lambton High School, Hunter region. Also getting the job done here in the 1,500 metre walk.
We're not far away, ladies and gentlemen, from the excitement that Nathan's been looking for with our relays coming up very shortly.
So Chloe Wolf, Liverpool girls, Sydney Southwest, also crossing the line here. Well done, Chloe. Girls 12 to 14. But then over 1,500 metres. Lily Horn of Kalara, Sydney North, the next to come across the line here, and keep the support coming for all these fantastic young athletes. We know how incredible some of our racewalkers have been doing at the highest level. Jemima Montague, recent World Championship medalist. In most international benchmark events, we do get a racewalker on the podium. We're very, very close to it. If not, they do definitely add to the status of Australian athletics. So really good to see these racewalkers be inspired by them and hopefully follow their footsteps to potentially further representation at the highest level. There's plenty of opportunities. 10,000 metre race walk, a recent addition to the Commonwealth Games program, where we saw Jemima Montague take a convincing victory in that one as well. Daisha Gonzalez crossing the line for Tempe High School, Sydney Eastern, followed by Hannah Butler of Wyong, Sydney North.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to be moving into our relays finals. Heats will be the top two from each heat plus the next best 2 times. So in our first, boys 17 to 19, one of 3 preliminaries. As the rain starts to come down a little bit heavier. In lane 2, we'll have from Hunter, Maitland High School. Lane 3, Vincentia, the South Coast. Lane 4, Sydney Technical High School, Sydney East. Lane 5, Candos, Western. Lane 6, Picton, Sydney Southwest. Lane 7, Glenwood, South, Sydney West. And Lane 8, Kingscliff, North Coast. Runners in place.
You're out there at lane 8.
Our competitors are on the blocks or behind their blocks. And we're just waiting on making sure that we've all the other changes are in place as well. This is one of the highlights of any athletics championship or swimming championship is the team aspect of the relay, and they are representing their schools, not the region or association. As the rain starts to come down a little bit heavier, the athletes are trying to keep us.
Let me know when you're ready, please. Change 1, 2 and 3, just let me know when you're ready.
Change 1 ready.
Thank you. Change 2, you're on channel 3.
So we're just going out, making sure our officials are ready with all the various changes. This is heat 1 of the boys 17 to 19 years, 4x100 metre relay. In lane 2, Maitland High School. In lane 3, Vincentia. In lane 4, Sydney Technical, Sydney East. In lane 5, Candos from Western. Lane 6, Picton, Sydney Southwest. Lane 7, Glenwood, Sydney West. And lane 8, Kingscliff, North Coast. The starter's hands. And they're away. All got away to a good start. The runner from Glenwood, Sydney West, has made up some ground, and they're going to the first change, but it's the Sydney Southwest, Picton Sydney Southwest School that is leading out. They go through the second change up the third, and this will be the important one where they run the bend. And it's a good change over there. I think all changes are clear. Sydney Southwest Picton is doing extremely well, but they're now being challenged by Vincentia as they come through for the last change, and Vincentia has made a very good change. The record here is 42.82, and as the boy from Picton is chasing down and running, easing up as he goes over in a time of 45.72, so it was Picton ahead of Vincentia. The first heat of the boys 17 to 19 years relay. We have 3 heats, the top 2 from each heat plus the next best 2 times. In heat 2, we have Wadalba in lane 2. We have Wadalba Community from School from Sydney North. Lane 3, Merriweather, Hunter. In lane 4, Murrumbidgee, Riverina. In lane 5, Coolah Central, Northwest. Lane 6, Muirfield, Sydney West. Lane 7, Westfield Sports High School, Sydney Southwest. And in lane 8, Bowral, South Coast. Changes already. The boys will be called to their blocks very shortly. The starter has mounted the stand. The starters or hands. A record of 42.82 set in 1995 by Westfield Sports High School.
On your mark.
They're away. Fast starts all around all over the track, holding the position. Although the Wadalba Community School in Sydney North has made a move on the inside lane, it's now moving into the third change. It's going to be very close between Bowral and Westfield Sports High School. A good change though on the inside there by the Coolah Central School. They've done very well. Sorry, it's Wadalba who have done extremely well on the inside lane, and they've gone through first, and it is up to the others to chase them down. As we come to the finish, it's the runner from Wadalba Community High School ahead of Westfield in 44.63. So the first two were Wadalba and Westfield as we move through to our next heat. Some very good racing just there. Our 30 in lane 2 will be featuring South Grafton from North Coast. Lane 3, Camaragal from Sydney North. Lane 4, Menai, Sydney East. Lane 5, Castle Hill, Sydney West. Lane 6, Orange, Western. Lane 7, Moree Secondary College, Northwest. And Lane 8, Albury, Riverina. So again, it's going to be the top two in each heat, plus the next best 2 times. Next event, lane 8 has withdrawn, so that's Albury from Riverina have withdrawn. They're going through it again in lane 2, South Grafton, North Coast. Lane 3, Camaragal, Sydney North. Lane 4, Menai, Sydney East. Lane 5, Castle Hill. Lane 6, Orange from Western. And lane 7, Moree Secondary College from Northwest. Bidders are just setting their blocks. The changes of it already. We're just waiting for the starter to call competitors to their blocks. unsteadiness then on the block, so we'll go back to the starter. They're away. Unfortunately, the runner in lane 3, Camargo, was shown a card, but they're still running the events. And they've had a very good change in the second. At the second change, we've got this runner from Sydney West. That's Castle Hill. And there's also Camargo in lane 3 from Sydney North as they lead into the final change. And it's going to be Camargo, lane 3, and lane 5, Castle Hill, doing an exceptionally good job. And they've gone through in 45.37 Camargo. Unfortunately, they were shown a card, so we'll have to wait to see who the finalists will be in the next event for the finals this afternoon. Our next event, we move to the girls 17 to 19 years 4x100 metre relay. There's only 2 heats in this, so it'll be the top 3 in each heat, plus the next 2 best times. So the first 3 in each heat, plus the next 2 best times, giving us a field of 8 for the final. In lane 1, we will have Lithgow from Western. In lane 2, Bega, South Coast. In lane 3, Woolgoolga, North Coast. In lane 4, Hunter Sports High School. Lane 5, Fairvale, Sydney South West. Lane 6, Endeavour Sports High School, Sydney East. Lane 7, Glen Innes, North West. Lane 8, Muirfield, Sydney West. Lane 9, Port Hacking, Sydney East. The CHS record was set in 1995. Time of 48.94.
Our silver medalist from
48.94.
In a time of 7:31.15, Emma Herndon.
There's been a marked drop in temperature out here at the
moment.
moment.
In a time of 7:17.59, and the New South Wales CHS champion for 2023 from Colwell High School in Sydney West. Please congratulate Maisie Mitchell.
Lane 2 has withdrawn from this event, so Bega is no longer in this event for some reason. Bega Secondary College. But we have in lane 1, Lithgow, Western. So in lane 1, Lithgow. Lane 2 is vacant. Lane 3, Woolgoolga, North Coast. Lane 4, Hunter Sports High School. Lane 5, Fairvale, Sydney South West. Lane 6, Endeavour Sports High School, Sydney East. Lane 7, Glen Innes, North West. Lane 8, Muirfield, Sydney West. Lane 9, Port Hacking, Sydney East. Starters called the girls to the blocks. We've got no lane 2. Runner.
We have Zoran Zakiris from Kirrawee, Campbell Green from Oxley, and Emmerich Lau from
It's lane
presentation, please.
Port Hacking, Sydney East from Endeavour Sports High in lane 6. They change at the same time, so it's a good race between the two Sydney East schools, Endeavour Sports High School and Port Hacking. As they come to the last change, it's going to be Endeavour Sports High School go through with a very clean change, and it's a huge run there. Anchored by Jacinta Lampert, and she goes through and stops the clock at 48.67, 48.67, and that may well be a new record, but we'll wait for the confirmation. 48.67 in Heat 1. And they were ahead of Port Hacking, who finished in second place. Our second heat, we'll wait and see, because Bega may actually appear in this heat. So what a great run by Endeavour Sports High School. Unconfirmed new record for Endeavour Sports High. And they were chased all the way in by Port Hacking. So in lane 2, we have Riverside Girls High School, Sydney North. In lane 3, Denison, Kelso, Western. Lane 4, Westfield Sports High School, Sydney Southwest. Lane 5, Castle Hill, Sydney West. Lane 6, Whitebridge, Hunter. Lane 7, North Lakes, Sydney North. Lane 8, Monaro, South Coast. And lane 9, Leeton, Riverina.
Ladies and gentlemen, I draw your attention to the presentation area where we are about to award medals to the boys 15-year-old shot put competitors. In third position in our bronze medalist from Kirrawee is Zoran Zakiris. Our bronze medalist from Oxley High School in the northwest, Campbell Green. And our gold medalist and our New South Wales CHS champion for 2023 with a throw of 15.92 from Bass High School, Emmerich Tolo from Matu.
The girls have been called to the blocks. Lane 1, Riverside Girls. Lane 2, Riverside Girls. Lane 3, Denison. Lane 4, Westfield Sports. Lane 5, Castle Hill. Lane 6, Whitebridge. Lane 7, North Lakes. Lane 8, Monero. And Lane 9, Leeton. And they're away. All the way to a clean start. They go around the first bend. It's Leeton who still hold a narrow lead, but there's a big challenge coming from Westfield Sports High in the middle and Whitebridge from Hunter. So they go into the third change. Westfield are in, as are Whitebridge, and they come around. So Whitebridge and East and Westfield Sports High School are battling out at the moment. Westfield has a slight edge over the Whitebridge as they go to the last change, and the last change is clean as we come through for Westfield Sports High School ahead of Whitebridge, but a fast finishing Riverside Girls, and that peak time of 50.67. 50.67. Second place was Whitebridge, and third was Riverside Girls. We now move to the boys. 16-year-old 4x100 metres relay. The boys 16 years 4x100. We have 3 heats, so it's the top 2 in each heat, plus the next 2 best times. So in their heat 1 in lane 3, we have Oran Park, Sydney Southwest. Lane 4, Warners Bay, Hunter. Lane 5, Ryde Secondary College, Sydney North. Lane 6, Albion Park, South Coast. Lane 7, Forbes from Western. I'm not sure if we have a team competing in lane 8 at present. Don't appear to have a we've just had it confirmed that Cootamundra from Riverina will not be a starter in this heat. So going through the start lineup, in lane 3, Oran Park, Sydney Southwest. Lane 4, Warners Bay, Hunter. Lane 5, Rides Senior College, Sydney North. Lane 6, Albion Park, South Coast. Lane 7, Forbes. Lane 8, lane 8 is out. We have 3 heats. The record here was set in 2007 by Hunters Hill High School with a time of 43.15. 43.15. Lead runners take their positions. And we're away. All the way to a clean start. And the runners from Albion Park and Ryde Secondary College are doing the heavy lifting at the moment, and it's going to be Ryde Secondary College going into the 3rd change, and hopefully all the changes are clean. And it's Ryde Secondary College who's now got a 5-metre gap on the closest competitor, and they come into the final straight, and it's Ryde Secondary College. Got a 10-metre lead, but a fast finishing Warners Bay has done a great job, the anchor runner for Warners Bay, and they've gone through Ryde Secondary College in 45.94. 45.94.
I'm going, I know that. You see that stand-up blonde girl with the kid? Right in the corner of that room. Lily.
Next heat is heat 2 of the boys' 16-year-olds 4x100 metres relay. And in lane 3 we have Murrumbidgee representing the Riverina. In lane 2, Ingleburn, Sydney Southwest. Lane 4, Canobolas Rural Technical High School, Western. Lane 6, Glenwood, Sydney West. Lane 7, Wollumbar, North Coast. And lane 8, Endeavour Sports High School.
Reminder to Sydney West and Sydney North team managers, your warm-up track duty is now on.
The starter has called the candidates to stand behind their blocks.
Excuse me. Thanks, buddy.
runner in lane 8 in Della Sports High School. He's come back to stand behind his block.
Hey Harry, you going for a bit of a run today? Yeah. Just a bit? Yeah. Hi Michelle. How you going? Alright, everybody having a party. We could have a party. Just go buy party food. Had some really bad food
A little bit of unsteadiness on the set just there, the starters.
We could do worse than hot chips.
And they're away. Boy from Ingleburn High School in the inside lane has made up some ground, but they go through, and first to change is in Devon Sports High School. They've closely been pursued by Murwillumbah North Coast. And we've obviously had an issue with a change in lane 2 for Ingleburn Sydney Southwest. As we go around, it's the Endeavour Sports High School leading the way. They'll change first as they come to the straight, and it's a good change. And Murwillumbah also are chasing them home. We've got a fast finishing Glenwood High School, Sydney West, who's going to push his... And it was just... So in 45-13 was Endeavour Sports High School, second place, and just by narrowly was Murwillumbah, just ahead of Glenwood. So 45-13 in the second heat of the boys. 16-year-olds 4 by 100 metres. Our final heat we'll see Model Farms from Sydney West in lane 2. In lane 3, Corindai High School, Northwest. Lane 4, Warilla, South Coast. Lane 5, Katara, Hunter. Lane 6, Sydney Boys High School, Sydney East. Lane 7, Normanhurst Boys, Sydney North. Lane 8, Kingscliff, North Coast. As you may be seeing on your vision, with the relays, the teams can choose to wear their school colours or school singlets to compete in the relays, or they can wear their regional singlets. Record again, 2007 by Hunters Hills High School. It's 43.15. Runners on their blocks.
Good job in your head,
You're trying to get back into school or something?
My brother was running, so
Has he done it already?
I'm not sitting. Yeah. He was first running relay because he never used blocks before, and I was like, forgetting your cup. So funny. Oh no, do I? You're still Sydney. You're not Sydney West, are you?
And they're away. Unfortunately, the Northwest competitor dropped the baton at the start. It's got a long way to make up as we go through. Tara High School, I think, that is making the most inroads into the race. And they'll go in and change first. And they have come around, or Sydney Boys High School have come up with them. So it's going to be a race in two down the final straight. It'll depend on that last change. And it wasn't a great change from the Sydney High Boys, but there's Sydney West out wide in Sydney West Model Farms, but it's Sydney Boys High School have come through in 46.01 ahead of Model Farms and Tara High School.
Medals to the place getters in the girls, 13-year-old 80-metre hurdles event. From NUD High School in Sydney East, our bronze medalist is Madison Cornish.
We now move to the girls, 16-year-olds, 4x100 metres relay. With the top three in each heat.
Our silver medalist is April Bateman.
And we have, plus the next best two times. We only have two heats in this one. The record was set and was held by Endeavour Sports High School. It was set last year at a time of 49.19.
CHS champion and gold medalist is Jade Strahl.
Gloria, do you know who the starter? Joel.
Up to 2 rounds of competition here in the girls' 16 years triple jump taking place in front of the grandstand. Michaela Talbot of Albury High School, fresh off the gold medal in the hurdles earlier, leading the competition from Riverina with a jump of 12.00 metres. Izzy Lewison Rose, well, also at the back of the hurdles, sits in second at the moment, 11.90 into the third round. And Fern Berry of Belgian North Coast, currently the bronze medal position at 10.26 metres. Here, as the first couple of jumpers have attempted round number 3, top 8, and then a further 3 attempts in the girls' 16 years triple jump championship.
It appears we have had a change in our starting lineup in this next event. Lane 3 has been had a change in Cheltenham Girls High School, well, Cheltenham Girls from Sydney North has moved into lane 3. It appears Wollongong Performing Arts High School has withdrawn. In lane 4 we have Westfield Sports High School, Sydney Southwest. In lane 5 we have Moree Secondary College Northwest. In lane 6 Endeavour Sports High School, Sydney East. Lane 7 the Great Lakes High School, Hunter. Lane 8 Muirfield, Sydney West. In lane 9 Mullumbidgee, Riverina.
Yeah, the one before was COVID and last year was in my middle of my trial.
Athletes are waiting anxiously for the starter. Lane 3 has been withdrawn, and Cheltenham Girls High School Sydney North is out of lane 2. So we're just adjusting the start.
Big boys up there. No, I just said that. I remember listening to one of the nationals or teams, and I looked back and all I could do was listen to them. Maybe we'll say it even more. No, I think the sound. I watched it yesterday. The sound.
With that change, ladies and gentlemen, we have no lane 3. Wollongong Performing Arts South Coast has withdrawn. Starting out of lane 2 is Cheltenham Girls High School, Sydney North. Lane 4, Westfield Sports High School, Sydney Southwest. Lane 5, Moree Secondary College, Northwest. Lane 6, Endeavour Sports, Sydney East. Lane 8, Great Lakes, the Hunter. Lane 8, Muirfield, Sydney West. And Lane 9, Murrumbidgee, Riverina. 2 heats. First 3 automatically through the next 2 best times. The record of 49.19 was established in 2022 by Endeavour Sports.
I get half a week. So I get the long weekends. Yeah, and then it's basically full time until the end of November. University of Sydney. Yeah.
Then they get 4 months off.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's so hard.
Well, it's hard while it's on.
You have 3 or 4 days a week. Like you have 5 days.
I'm not complaining about going. I'm complaining about how hard it is. Advanced science, but my major's in med science and microbiology, so sort of more medical oriented. But first year is still pretty general.
Next one. So, yeah, it's going in the heat 2. Like, it looks to me like...
Ladies and gentlemen, I'll draw your attention to the presentation area where we are about to award medals to the place getters in the girls' 13-year-old discus event. In 3rd position and the bronze medal winner from Bombardary High School on the south coast is Claire Musson. Our silver medalist from Cherrybrook High School in Sydney North, Vassini Rajapaksha.
I'm just saying to one of our athletes who was in a little bit of discomfort.
New South Wales champion for 2023 with a throw of 32.35 metres from Endeavour Sports High School in Sydney. Please congratulate Mawami Karate.
And they're away. Endeavour Sports High School hold the record here of 49.19, set in 2022. We'll see if the current team, we'll see if they can challenge that. And they've gone very well through the first leg, and they've now taken the lead into the second change as they head away to the third change and the bend. And they've gone through in a clean change. And the Sydney North runners on from Cheltenham Girls on the inside lane may put out a challenge to them, but they've got a good lead at the moment. And the last runner for Endeavour Sports High School has got a strong lead. And she drives down to the line. She's going to go through in 51.45 ahead of Cheltenham, ahead of Westfield Sports High School.
I think she's faster than you, love.
We're now looking at Heat 2 of the girls' 16 years 4x100 metre relay. In Lane 2 we have Castle Hill, Sydney West. Lane 3, Sydney Girls High School, Sydney East. Lane 4, Grafton, North Coast. Lane 5, Hunter Performing Arts High School, Hunter. Lane 6, Coringal, Riverina. Lane 7, Ulladulla, South Coast. Lane 8, Cherrybrook Technical High School, Sydney North. And Lane 9, Hoxton Park High School, Sydney Southwest. My apologies, ladies and gentlemen. I have mispronounced the name of the school. My colleague, Mr. Parker, who's in charge of this event, just told me Cherrybrook Technology High School, Sydney North. Thank you, Mr. Parker.
I'm sure you'll get my back.
It appears that the weather, we may be having a little bit more luck with the weather. As I look out the back of the commentary box here, it's maybe clearing. But the crowd has certainly found respite in the stands.
What was it, a grade 1? Sorry.
So we're just waiting for the starter to call the competitors to the block. So it's the top 3 from each heat and the next 2 best time.
On your marks.
Pardon?
Set.
And we're away. The runner from Hunter Performing Arts has done extremely well, but there was a good change there by Ulladulla South Coast. And it might be Cherrybrook, no, it might be Hoxton Park, Sydney Southwest on the outside lane, who's doing extremely well, but they're going to have to work hard to maintain around that bend. And she has maintained a form. They may go in and change first. Sorry, it's not Sydney Southwest. It is, in fact, Cherrybrook Technology High School. But it's the runners from Castle Hill, Sydney West, have come home very, very strongly and gone through in 51.59. 51.59. Hunter Performing Arts second, and in third place, Hunter was in third position ahead of Cherrybrook Technology High School. Behind Cherrybrook Technology High School in third place. So a very good run from Castle Hill and the other 2 schools also. We now move to the boys' 15 years 4x100 metre relay. And we have 1 of 3 heats, so it's the top 2 in each heat.
What a shame.
And the next 2 best time.
That's a shame.
I was like, not all of us are at uni today. Yeah. Not all of us we have noticed. Not all of us live close enough to turn around and be like.
So in lane 2, we will have, representing the Riverina, Wagga Wagga. In lane 3, Quakers Hill, Sydney West. Lane 4, Sydney Boys High School, Sydney East. Lane 5, Illawarra Sports High School, South Coast. Lane 6, Callaghan Wallsend, Hunter. Lane 7, Denison Kelso, Western. And lane 8, Ashcroft, Sydney Southwest. And as I mentioned before, the schools in the relays can choose to wear their school athletic singlets or the regional athletic singlets. So the record here is held by Westfield Sports, 44.01, and that was set in 2016. Our lane changes are ready. Well, that's a good sign. Our starter has taken off his wet weather gear. So maybe the weather will improve for this afternoon. Competitors have been called to their blocks. away. Sorry, I'm in lane 8 at Ashcroft's from Sydney Southwest. I believe I called them Hoxton Park. Very good change though in the centre there from Callaghan Wallsend, I think it is, from Hunter, as they lead into the third change. So again, I will rely on the bend running of the boy from Sydney High in lane 4, but it is Callaghan Wallsend from Hunter, who've got a good 5 to 10 metre lead and a good race now for second and third. Remembering the top 3 will go through, top 2 will go 3 automatically, and then it's a time of 46.14. Sydney High in second, and third was Illawarra Sports High School. So well done to Callaghan Wallsend in 46.14. Our next heat will witness in lane 3, Camden Haven, the North Coast. Lane 4, the Hills Sports High School, Sydney West. Lane 5, Ulladulla, South Coast. Lane 6, Murrumbidgee, Riverina. Lane 7, Chatswood High School, Sydney North. And lane 8, Burra Central School, Western. We've just heard that the lane 4, the Hill Sports High School, are not in this heat. They may have withdrawn. Some of their runners have probably got a very heavy program this afternoon they have to be aware of. Just confirming, we had no starter in lane 4 in the second heat of the boys 15 years 4x100 metres. So going through the list in lane 3, Camden Haven, North Coast. Starting in lane 5 is Ulladulla from the South Coast. Representing the Riverina in lane 6 is Murrumbidgee. Chatswood will represent Sydney North in lane 7. And in lane 8, Burra Central, Western. And away. Clean start to all athletes. Very good start for the runner in lane 7, Chatswood High School, Sydney North. And they are first into the second change. But they're being chased by Murrumbidgee, Riverina. They seem to be taken up some ground. And they've got the inside, and it's going to be very even between those two. And the runner in lane 4 has also made a great effort. Not lane 4, sorry. And it's it's at Chatswood High School. You've run away with this ahead of lane 5, which was Ulladulla, South Coast. And Riverina, Murrumbidgee in third place. And they went through in 47.47, which is a little bit faster than the previous heat. Sorry, a little bit slower than the previous heat. In our final heat, we'll see in lane 3, Uralla Central, Northwest. Lane 4, Maitland, the Hunter. Lane 5, Picton, Sydney Southwest. Lane 7, Clement Eagle, Sydney North. That was lane 6. Lane 7 is Hastings, Port Macquarie, North Coast. Lane 8, Port Hacking, Sydney East.
Is Hubby working today? I don't think
Three, fourth, right, red and white.
You've got it right.
No, one.
Please stand behind your box.
Somebody's got to be flexible in this day and age. It's all about...
And there's not any wind.
Oh, really?
Stand behind your box, ladies and gentlemen.
Oh, you can say.
All right. We should just line them all up and...
Waiting for the starters' orders.
At the moment, I've got a problem. I'm downloading stuff. Sitting there, they're talking to each other.
On your mark.
Second, she's got 100, and then 20 minutes later, she has the relay final. Go figure.
Oh, be warmed up. It's better like it's cold.
The competitors are set and away.
Warm and leave it.
Clean start across the lanes.
I know, I just know I wouldn't be able to do it.
Young lad from Urella Central's on a very good first leg, but first out of the change over there is Port Hacking, Sydney East. They've been chased on the inside lanes. It's Port Hacking at the moment holding off Hastings, Port Macquarie, and from Sydney North, Camaragal. So it's a race in two, and the young lad from Camaragal has actually blown his competitor off the track, and they've gone through in 46.47. It's a very good run from the Camaragal school. Congratulations. And they'll definitely be part of a very exciting final later this afternoon. We now move to our girls' 15s. 4x100 metre relay. We have 3 heats in this, so it's the top 2 in each heat plus the next 2 best times. Record here stands at 50.00, set in 2012 by Kiama from the South Coast. In lane 3, representing the North Coast, we have Byron Bay. In lane 4, Young from the Riverina. Mount Annan from Sydney Southwest in lane 5. The Hill Sports High School, Sydney West, lane 6. In lane 7, Northern Beaches, McKellar Girls, Sydney North. Lane 8, Denison Kelso, Western. And our runners in place. I'm pleased to say we are now seeing some blue sky out here at Homebush. Starters call the competitors to the box. Be like their blocks.
On your mark.
No, I'm supposed to be having a group meeting at 2:30 at uni. So I have to go into uni, but then...
And they're away.
...leader just texts us saying, hey guys, I've just had something cancelled, can we actually meet now? And half my group are like, yeah, let's meet now.
The runner from Northern Beaches, McKellar Girls, Sydney North, have made a very good start. They have gone through the first change, but they're now being challenged by the
this is the only thing we're coming into uni together.
runners in lane 5, I think it is, Mount Annan. So through the third change, it is still Northern Beaches, McKellar Girls, only just in front of the Hill Sports High School in lane 6. And it's going to come down to this final leg with a very good run from the girl from Mount Annan, Sydney Southwest. She's done an exceptional job. I'm sorry, that is Young. Lane 4, Young, Riverina, ahead of the Hill Sports High School and Northern Beaches McKellar Girls. They went through in 52.69. So great effort for the girls there from Young in the Riverina. Heat 2 will feature Lane 2, Gunnedah, Northwest. Lane 3, Bellingen, North Coast. Lane 4, Belmont, Hunter. Lane 5.
Yeah. No. No fighting, more just like...
I'll wait to see if we've got lane 5.
We can make it, but...
Lane 6, Endeavour Sports High School.
We're not
Lane 7,
we need some
Woonona. Lane 8, Warners Bay, the Hunter. We may have... Okay, Bellingen in lane 3 has withdrawn, as have Albury from lane 5. So lane 3 and lane 5 are vacant in this event. So going through the list, we have Gunnedah, Northwest, Belmont, Hunter in lane 4, lane 6, Endeavour Sports High School, Sydney East, Woonona, South Coast, and Warners Bay, Hunter.
Stand up. On your mark.
I think are rare. There is a lockout. Like if she gets injured, you can be reimbursed up to a certain point.
And they're away. So take the first bend leading into the chain, number 1.
Ladies and gentlemen, I draw your attention to the presentation area where we are about to make presentation medals to
Woonona South Coast and Warners Bay. And Woonona South Coast have jumped out to a lead, but just ahead of Endeavour Sports High School, and she's run a very good second leg, that young runner, and they go through and change in first position. And it's got, as they run the bend, it's Sydney, Endeavour Sports High School, Sydney East, Woonona, South Coast, Warners Bay, Hunter. And here we come, Sydney, Endeavour Sports High School have a sizable lead, but the girl from Woonona is putting a huge effort to try and narrow the gap. But they've gone through in 52.83, Endeavour Sports High School in front of Woonona, and in front of Warners Bay from the Hunter. Time of 52.83. Our final heat.
With a throw of 59.98 from Ellerslie High School in Sydney Southwest.
Is now
Congratulate Connor Bell.
last heat of the relay girls 15s, and it's going to feature in lane 2 Dapto from the South Coast. Lane 3 Canoblis Rural Technical High School, Western. Lane 4, Narrabri Northwest. Lane 5, Westfield Sports Sydney Southwest. Lane 6, Colo Sydney West. Lane 7, Riverside Girls Sydney North. Lane 8, the Janelli High School Sydney East. Awaiting the start of the last heat of the girls' 15s relay. Record at 50 even, set in 2012 by Kiama. Following this event will start to be the start of the 1500 metres finals, ranging from boys 17 down to the girls 14.
Ladies and gentlemen, I draw your attention to the presentation area where we are about to present medals to the place getters in the girls' 17-year-old high jump event. Our medals today will be presented by Celia Murphy, the Director of the New South Wales Institute of Sport. Our bronze medalists from Janelli High School in Sydney East with a jump of 1.55 metres is Holly Ramsey. Our silver medalist with a jump of 1.60 metres from Model Farms High School in Sydney West is Vanessa Appel. And our gold medalist and New South Wales CHS champion with a jump of 1.63 metres from Jesmond High School in the Hunter region. Please congratulate our champion, Sophie Rain.
On your mark.
And we're with the starter. Lane 2, Dapto, South Coast. Lane 3, Canobolas, Rural, Western. Lane 4, Narrabri, Northwest. Lane 5, Westfields, Sports High School. Lane 6, Colo, Sydney West. Lane 7, Riverside Girls. Lane 8, the Janelli, Sydney East.
I had a mentor at school who was like, high school implemented
And they're off. Unfortunately, the runner in lane 8, the Janelli High School, have been shown a card. We'll just see what transpires there. And they go through in the change, and the first to change is Riverside Girls, Sydney North. She's been chased by the runner from the Janelli High School. Dapto, South Coast, is doing very well on the inside lane as they go to the change. She'll run the bend. At the moment it's still Riverside Girls, Sydney North. But it'll come down to this last 100 metres, the straight, and it's a very good change there on the inside to the South Coast, Dapto High School. But she's got a bit of work to do to catch the girl from Riverside Girls. The girl from Janelli has put in a huge effort and come through in 53 for 34. Okay. And that is the last of the heats for the girls 15 relays. What a tremendous effort from all the ladies.
I know and you know that really knows what she's doing. So excuse that she's missed a few questions and hasn't put that much effort in. Yeah.
And we're now going to move through to the finals of the 1500 metres. Starting with the boys 17 plus final. And I'll hand you over to Nathan, who's just preparing himself for the session that's going to come up. So we've got the start list I'll give you for the boys 800 metres 17 plus. The record here is held by Andrew O'Neill from Coringal High School, who set a time of 3:52.69 in the UT year 2000. So our starters will read as following. Luke Henderson from Orange, Western. Darcy Carless from Ulladulla, South Coast. Matthew Harrigan, Model Farm, Sydney West. Rain Cheyenne Balnave, Sydney Boys High School. Lane 5, Thomas Hills, Castle Hill. Lane 6, Jacob Horn, Albury. Lane 7, Noah Kellett, Merriweather. Lane 8, competitor Brenton Kerr, Chatswood, Sydney North. Max Russell, Sydney Boys, Sydney East. Cooper Hawley, Killarney Heights, Sydney North. Samuel Gross, Canobolas Rural Technology High School. Matthew Westwood, Mount Adam, Sydney Southwest. Braden Everett, Katara, Hunter. Caleb Bettison, Armidale, Northwest. Samuel Dillon, Campbelltown, Performing Arts. Riley Klein, Warners Bay, Hunter. And William Dieball, Nowra, South Coast. They are the starters in the boys 800 metres, 17 to 19. Record of 3:52.69, set in 2000 by Andrew O'Neill from Kringle High School. Runners are just waiting to be called to the start line. And I'll hand you over to my colleague Nathan Breen, who will take us through the finals of the boys and girls 1500 metres.
Yep, so a lot of these boys would have done the 3,000 or the 800. Interesting to see the dynamics. Some of them 800-metre guys coming up and 3,000 metres. Specialists or preferred 3,000 metres coming down a distance. Ladies and gentlemen, we're resuming finals here on the track. The boys 17 plus, 1,500 metres, 17 competitors. We will let the start get them underway, and we will introduce the field once they start.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'll draw your attention to the presentation area where we are about to award medals for our place getters in the boys 14-year-old long jump event. And our medals today will again be given by Cynthia Murphy, Director of New South Wales Institute of Sport.
Is that the minimum?
So away here, interesting to see what Max Russell does. I know he was considering entering the steeplechase this morning, and he has gone to an early lead here. So Max Russell from Sydney East, he's a terrific athlete looking for a college berth as well at the end of his high school career, with Braden Everett and Caleb Bettison of Armidale coming through there as well in the early stages and positioning very good at the moment. So they start to string out. Also in there is William Dieball of Nowra South Coast. So see these boys are able to do as they work their way through. But it is Russell leading the charge from Everett. And then it's back to Caleb Bettison of Armidale Northwest. And we've talked about Northwest. They've done a pretty good job here so far in the overall point score. Starting to stretch out a little bit. Very interesting to see this 400-metre split. about 65, 66 seconds. So the tempo is respectable, 3:52.69. It is a very quick record. Andrew O'Neill of Coringal back in 2000. I was about to say Sydney 2000. Well, we are in Sydney, but not the Olympic Games, but CHS, as we know, is a pathway for these athletes as they work their way around.
That's almost like LD training.
We cheer on Izzy Lewis and Rowe here in the triple jump. Our 1,500 boys going through with 2 laps to go. Max Russell leading the way here for Sydney Boys High School. Then it's Braden Everett, followed by Caleb Bettison. The next two in the yellow, we've got William Dybel and also Cooper Hawley of Kalani Heights in Sydney North in amongst this leading group, which has started to drop slowly in numbers. Down to about 7. Always comes down to who has the closing speed under a little bit of duress. They went through 65 seconds the first lap, probably about 70 seconds that one. But it's proved to be tough for some of these athletes as we see a few shifts and changes in this leading group and a few gaps starting to open up inside the final 600 metres. So now we have Braden Everett of Katara Hunter Region in the lead. Russell still hanging tough here and moving around the outside to try and resume the lead position, which he does. And just clipping a bit of hills there, so they're trying to stay upright, stay compressed and get that draft effect, but also stay out of trouble. One lap to go in the 1500, and Max Russell put a noticeable surge with about 4:30 to go. Everett trying to respond. And it's Caleb Bettison back to William Dybel in the yellow there of South Coast, Nowra High School in 4th position, but Russell the one to beat at the moment. Sydney Boys High School, such a rich and strong history of these CHS championships. We know how well they've done. And here he goes again with 2:50 to go, looking for another gold medal. Terrific in the 3,000 earlier. He didn't run the steeple this morning to focus on this race. Looks to be paying off at the moment, but there's a few charges coming. 1:50 to run. Max Russell in the lead. Braden Everett, who took the lead briefly of Katara High School Hunter Region, he's not giving up the fight. A strong battle for third, as you see Dybel as well move past the shoulder of Bettison of Northwest. Here it goes, so it's Russell and also Braden Everett here as they go towards the line, but Russell's going to hold on. I tell you what, he got so close, Braden Everett. Silver medal though, great effort, 4:03.21 for Russell to take the CHS title. Great run as well by William Dybel and also Caleb Bettison there of Northwest. We see come across the line Cooper Hawley, followed by Brenton Curve, Chatswood City North, and then it's Matthew Harrigan of Model Farm, Sydney West, and also Samuel Gross of Canobolas Rural Tech in Western Region, and Noah Keller of Merriweather Hunter Region here. As the clock goes through 4:34. The boys 17 plus 1,500 metres.
Run 6 minutes ahead. But I feel like you can change your settings to have it run yet.
Now on the far side of the track, the girls 17 plus 1,500 metres. A famous name holds the CHS record for this event, Madeline Heiner. Hills Smiths Hill High School representative in 2004, posted a time 4:28.81. 22 competitors, and we'll introduce the field once they get underway. So who can position themselves well here? It is so crucial, particularly in these first 300 metres. We see it at international level, but it is so competitive here at these CHS championships as well. So Indy Watson wearing hip number 1 for Narrabeen Sports Sydney North. Zara McNally in 2 for St George Girls Sydney East. Number 3, Stormy Gates, Janelli High School Sydney East. Number 4, Katarina Paluga of Moorebank Sydney Southwest. Number 5, Hunter Jarvis, Hunter Sports High School Hunter Region. Number 6, Kaya Phillips of Campbelltown Sydney Southwest. In 7, Caitlin Jean of Hastings Westport North Coast. In 8, Sophia Tassick, Oak Flat South Coast. Number 9, Amelia Mays, Crestwood Sydney West. Number 10, Erica Enderby of Warners Bay Hunter Region. 11, Kira Lee Murphy, Walker Central North West. Number 12, Ella Munro of Castle Hill Sydney West. 13, Olivia Greenhold, Ulladulla High School South Coast. Number 14, Ingrid Kingsmill, Hunters Hill, Sydney North. Charlotte Mooney wears number 15 for Wagga Central Northwest, the second from that school here. Number 16, Alexis Bell of Warilla High School, South Coast. Number 17, Sophie Boys, Blaxland, Sydney West. 18, Ella Foley of Twillybrook Central, Riverina region. Number 19, Stella Norris, Tuggerah Lake, Sydney North. Number 20, Gemma Sippel of the Rivers, Richmond. Number 21, Kira Bauer, Woolooware High School, Sydney East. And number 22, Amy Harrison of Canoundra, Western region. So the two out in front, Hannah Jarvis, put a brilliant surge in. The 3,000 metre event earlier in the program is leading this field through it. It is separating quite a bit now with about 900 metres to go. Alexis Bell of Warilla, also a very accomplished triathlete as well, hanging tough on the heels of our race leader here, Hannah Jarvis. So these two are clear, with Olivia Greenholg of Ulladulla High School in third place and 30 metres clear of the trio in behind, battling out 4th through to 6th position. So 2 laps to go. And it's still Hannah Jarvis of Hunter Sports High School in the Hunter region, leading through Alexis Bell, who's not going anywhere at this point though. Collect the 800 metre split here. You get a very good indication of the tempo that they are holding. So 800 metres, about 2:32 thereabouts, so probably on about 4:40, 4:45 pace here, as they try to stretch their margin even more so to make it a race between the two of them as Bell moves up the outside. So Madeline Hills, of course, has got the record in this event. He was 4th in the 3,000 steeple at the 2014 Commonwealth Games, and was in the top 10, 10th in the Olympics in Rio 2016, over 5,000 metres on the track. And Alexis Bell now has made a second effort to assume the lead position, this time starting to stretch a little bit now as she collects the bell. So a couple of strides. We'll see what Hannah Jarvis can do in the back end of this race, as we see Olivia Greenholg, Ulladulla South Coast, really try to put the foot down as well. We see Kira Bauer of Woolooware in 4th place now with 400 to run. And Erica Enderby of Warners Bay, Hunter region, next through to collect the bell. Indy Watson of Narrabeen Sports High School in Sydney North region. And Sophia Tasic of Oak Flats South Coast with 400 metres. The girls 17 plus 1,500 final. Caitlin Jean of North Coast coming through, and also Zara McNally, St George Girls, Sydney East, followed by Charlotte Mooney and also Kira Lee Murphy of Wagga Central Northwest. With 150 to go, she's done the damage with about 4:30 to run. She's only got another 120 metres to hold her form all the way to the line. You can see her in the yellow at the top of the straight now. Girls 17 plus 1,500. Brilliantly timed race. Put your hands together. Alexis Bell, Warilla High School, South Coast, gets a gold medal here today at the CHS Championships. 4:50.09 is where she stops the clock. So we see come through her close. It was really close. They compressed quite considerably here, but Hannah Jarvis is just going to hold on against a fast-finishing Olivia Greenholg of Ulladulla High School in South Coast, getting 2 from that region on the podium as well. Hanging tough here and crossing the line is Kira Bauer of Woolooware High School, Sydney East. As we see come across the line here, Erica Enderby, Warners Bay, Hunter region. So a great battle between 2nd and 3rd there. Good to see the girls finishing off and fighting hard, regardless of where they're placed in the race. As we see Indy Watson, Narrabeen Sports, Sydney North, followed closely by Sophia Tasic of Oak Flat, South Coast.
You like to keep polishing those, you know.
And a great contest there as well between Kira Lee Murphy and also Katarina Paluga, fighting really hard towards the line. A great contest between those two from Walker Central and also Moorebank High School.
Yes, I know. CHS. Yeah, I know. Well, did we bring the other one? I thought I was going to suggest you do that.
Oh, if you weren't an athletic teacher.
We're talking about the sun. Yes, the sun is up. Yeah. Only for 5 minutes.
Great to see all the girls stick around as well, support all the competitors as they cross the line. So Gemma Sipple, well done, getting the job done for Rivers Richmond, Riverina. And we're not mucking around at all on the far side of the track. Next up, the boys 16 years, 1,500 metres. CHS record 2017 held by Luke Young of Toronto, 3:58.43. We'll introduce your CHS competitors once they get underway. A couple of sneaky looks just to suss the others out in the early stages here, as we see a few aggressors already move to the front of this field, and Jarvis Brearley is the leader at the moment, with Idris Burkhardt trying to track him. On the inside of him is Caden Elliott. Running through the field quickly, Toby Dyball, number 1. Number 2, Matthew Nyman. Number 3, Bailey Latanis. Number 4, Caden Elliott. 5, Idris Burkhardt. Number 6, Jasper Scamps-Magro. Number 7, Cody Burden. Number 8, Jarvis Brearley, our race leader. Number 9, Joseph Jarvis. Number 10, Ahmed Adam. Number 11, Josh Richards. Number 12, Giant Nadu. Number 13, Luke Page. Number 14, Lucas Doherty. Number 15, Charlie Gibson. 16, Jed Mulcahy. 17, Riley Howard. Number 18, Mason Messier. Number 19 is Moses Fowler. Number 20, Matthew Rushbrook. Look how wide they're running. They're running into lane 3 here. Super bunch, and everyone wants a piece of the action up the front of this field. 400 metres. They go through in 65 seconds as we go to a medal presentation.
Ladies and gentlemen, I draw your attention to the presentation area where we are about to award medals for the girls' 16-year-old triple jump event. And again, the medals will be awarded by Celia Murphy, Executive Director of the Office of Sport and on the board of the New South Wales Institute of Sport.
So we'll see Jarvis really still taking control of this race. He put in quite a bit of effort to get himself up to the front, but he looks to have slowed it down ever so slightly here in Idris Burkhardt. Just moving through Sydney West. You know what they want to do here and push themselves up in the regional points score to try and battle it out with both Sydney East and Sydney North, who currently lead overall. And it was right up there, just faded ever so slightly. Jarvis Brearley here, but with 2 laps to go, he is looking the goods as they roll through. So still plenty in this group and plenty in contention, as you'd expect, as has been the case in so many of these CHS State Championship events. And they're starting to stretch out now, so we might be seeing a gap starting to appear after about 8th position. So they work their way through the 800-metre mark in 2:18 or 2:19 as they go through here. So pretty impressive pace as we see a new race leader, maybe just Burkhardt. You can just see him muscle his way through there. So that's an aggressive run to get himself up to the lead position, to work their way around with 600 metres to go. And they're still running in lane 2 as they push around here. We might have dropped 1 off that group and we're down to 7, I think. And really wanting to really turn the pace on as well. Well, this level, you know you need speed to be good at 1,500 metre running. That's what we're seeing right now. We had a pack of 7. But the gaps are opening up. Idris Burkhardt driving the pace, and now we're starting to see for the first time Jasper Scamps-Magro come to the front as well, with Brearley hanging really tough here, and also Caden Elliott in the hunt for a podium position with Glenn Innes in Northwest Region as they stretch out with 300 metres to go. And there's still 5 in it. Sydney West, Sydney North, Sydney East, North West and South Coast as we see the Sydney North competitor, Jasper Scamps-Magro. He wasn't really one we were looking at earlier on, but now he started to push the pace. He did a little look over the shoulder. Burkhardt still right on his heels there, and also coming through the South Coast athlete, absolutely flying here as well. It's still a race in 4 for the gold medal. With 100 metres to go, the clock ticks over, 4 minutes on the clock. Have a look at the pace. These boys are burning the track up here in Sydney Olympic Park. Jasper Scamps-Magro, Baron Joey, a late surge. Caden Elliott of Glen Innes. He's not going to quite get enough room. How about that battle for the bronze as well? I couldn't pick it from here with both Moses Fowler and also Idris Burkhardt there. An incredible battle. One of the races of the championship so far with so many changes and dynamic nature of that race, and positioning so crucial, and just timing to make sure you've got enough and stay within that aerobic zone somewhat, even though you've got to be prepared to hurt. So the rest of the boys coming through, still respectful time, 4:40 now as we see coming across Luke Page and also Charlie Gibson and Matthew Rushbrook here at Farrup Memorial Agricultural High School. Incredible effort by all these boys in the 16 years, 1,500 metres. Next event on the track, girls, 16 years, 1,500 metre CHS State Final for 2023. CHS record held by Jayla Hancock Cameron of Maruya High School back in 2018 with a time of 4:22.81. We'll introduce the field once the starter gets them underway.
On your mark.
We have the place getters with the 7-year-old boys and girls 1,500 metre come down to the presentation.
So it looks like we've got most of them here as they slowly merge into lane 1 and trying to push themselves up. Sarah McKee and the Riverina athletes starting to really make their move here, or get themselves to the front, the pointy ends, as they work their way through. The girls 16 years, 1,500 metres. Jessica Morgan, number 1. Brandy Crotty, number 2. Bella Smith, number 3. Sienna Pitcher in 4. Raina Anderson in 5. Phoebe Gilbert in 6. Zoe Musson in 7. Emily Clissold in 8. Violet Henson in 9. Zoe Webb in 10. Aniela Williams, hit number 11. Isabella Milliken at 12. Emerson Crabtree, 13. Lillian Harrison, 14. Number 15, Brianna Robertson. Number 16, Hannah Gianatti. Number 17, who's currently leading here, Matilda Cole. Number 18, Ivy Pritchard, and number 19, Sari McKee, who sits in second position, will equal first at the moment. She moves around the outside of our race leader in the early stages of the girls 16 years, 1,500. So a group of 4 now at the front with 400 metres done, so it's about 76 seconds through the first lap. It's a pretty respectable tempo. Keep an eye on 4:22.81, the record set by Jayla Hancock Cameron. She's a Youth Olympic silver medalist, and she has done some incredible things. And Maruya High School, another one of those South Coast regional schools that have certainly contributed to that regional point score, looking towards a comprehensive schools point score, but they've got a bit of work to catch up to Sydney East and Sydney North as our leading 4 really start to spread out.
Our silver medalists from Canterbury Girls in Sydney East with a throw on 12.16 metres is Talara Joseph Riagi.
So with 2 laps to go, she's really started to press the pace even more. Matilda Cole opening up. And it's back to Sari McKee and also seeing a picture of Terrigal. She's an incredible race walker. Incredible race walker. She can run here as well. She's in the bronze medal position. Absolutely killing it. We talk about multi-talented athletes and we know how versatile some of them are. I think one of the Endeavour teams just before in the heats was full of soccer players. They're all soccer players and they just won their heat in the relay. So we know how much these talented athletes can cross over between sports, and athletics is certainly one of those sports that can do that. Along the back straight, Riverina athlete, and she still looks composed, comfortable. She worked her way through. So this will be 1,000 metres very shortly when she gets to the 100-metre start line.
He does better more middle.
So Riverina have really ramped it up a little bit here on the 3rd and final day of competition, and one of those athletes is doing so right now as she gets ready to collect the bell with about a 40-metre lead. Matilda Cole of Wagga Wagga High School. Riverina region will collect the bell. 3:34 as she goes through. Tight contest between Sari McKee of Cronulla High School, Sydney East, after a great 800 yesterday. Side by side with Sienna Pitcher, our race walk champion. She can do everything, Terrigal High School student. And also coming through, Emily Clissold of Henry Kendall with 1 lap to go for Sydney North as well. Zoe Webber, Merriweather High School, just ahead there of Emerson Crabtree, another Cronulla High School athlete in this field too. Phoebe Gilbert of Hurlston, Agricultural Sydney Southwest, and Zoe Musson of Bomaderry. Then followed by Ivy Pritchard of Walker Central. So we turn our attention to the scoreboard end where we see 150 metres to go for the Riverina athlete. She did get down to a group of 4 and then she just made the concerted effort to really just put the foot down all at once. Didn't really gradually turn it up, and you can just see how relaxed she looks and how light on her feet she is as she works towards the line. This is a very controlled race by Matilda Cole of Wagga Wagga Riverina to take the CHS state title here. 4:48.73 she goes through. Well done to Sari McKee as well. She really pulled away in the last bit, showing she can close quite well. In the high-level races, it becomes more and more imperative to be able to have that ability to do so. And congratulations as well. Sienna Pitcher of Terrigal High School, I'm sure you can agree, as we've seen in a couple of other athletes like Isaac Beecroft and others in the past, and trying to be amongst the best in the state in Australia in both distance running and race walking. And she is showing just that as well. Zoe Webb coming through here for Merriweather High School, Hunter Region, and also Emerson Crabtree, second of the Cronulla High School students across the line. Have a look at this finish. Zoe Musson of Bomaderry, South Coast, charging through. They're all finishing quickly. And Jessica Morgan of Albury, followed by Lillian Harrison of Canoundra High School.
Well, but he does pass. Yes. But it's a shame because you need somebody to. We'll see what he does. It's interesting if we go to the pool with RSL, and nearly every girl or guy on the team, one I talked to today was doing law commerce. Another one was doing CSI, as in forensics. So they're all
CSI is not real. It does not happen that quickly.
There's different people studying at RSL. They're all
yeah, I think that's kind of good. You can expect the NA now in 30 minutes. When I was like,
oh
my gosh, guess who I met? I had a masterclass class at Tuesday. So we met Professor Eddie Holmes, who was the second person in the entire world to know about the movie. It was in Wuhan, and we got the end of the phone from the
Ladies and gentlemen, I draw your attention to the presentation.
So underway here, the boys, 15 years, 1,500 metre final as the frantic race towards lane 1 starts. Here he is, the man who was so impressive in the 800 yesterday, showing us that he's looking for the 8:15 double, and Nate Ward, hip number 11 of Hunter Sports High School, has gone aggressively, doing it Stewie McSwain style and going straight to the lead and saying, well, you're going to have to work super hard. You're going to be right on your game if you want to catch me. As we see, also go through Justin Brown there in Sydney Southwest colours of Holsworthy. But it is Nate Ward chasing 4:02.71 back in 1991. That is a super quick time. So see what they're able to do here, the boys. And I tell you what, it will be that question about whether to go with the pace or hold back a little bit. It's not an easy decision to make as they go through 400 metres, 61 seconds. But talk about going out quickly. Nate Ward, the man who's set the world alight in the 800 metres, has gone through 400 in 61 seconds, and he's got a 30-metre lead on the rest of the field. A pack of 4 battling it out for second and third at the moment. The Sydney North athlete just making his way around the outside as well to try and take control here and edge a little bit closer to our race leader. So 4:02.71, the record, Tony Orcello, James Cook High School in 1991. 4:02.71. Time to keep an eye on. 61 seconds, we said, through the 400 metres. So this man, he's opened the lead up even more. Dylan Kane, this is of the Forest, who's also had a terrific championship. Sydney North is in second, and Flynn Clige of Katoomba, Sydney West, followed by Zayed Yaya of Georges River Peakhurst, and also Justin Brown of Holsworthy, Sydney Southwest. Let's have a look at the split here. He has slowed it a little bit, but he's still got the margin that he wants. 2:11 through the 800 metre mark.
That kind of puts to bed all these silly things that go on, conspiracy theories.
Trace back all the it's in the wildlife trade sections, like the porcupines and the raccoons and llamas and all of the stuff that you shouldn't really be selling that are selling. Then he went back to all the farms. Yeah, and all the farms had COVID.
Llamas are the sheep carers.
Anyway, she was in her element.
As we see a great battle on for the minor placings, our race leader here, 3:04, as he collects the bell. Nate Ward, defending champion, 4:20. He did last year. I reckon he'll be under that time for sure as he works his way around the final time. Dylan Kane in second. Then it's back to Zayed Yaya in third, and Finn Clige, I think that is in fourth place there for Katoomba of Sydney West, still in the hunt, trying to hang as close as he possibly can to the Sydney East athlete Zayed Yaya for that bronze medal position in this CHS state final. With 200 metres to go, Nate Ward, Tim, against the clock here. See what he can produce over the final 150 after a successful campaign so far here at CHS. And you can see now that Dylan Kane, the Forest High School, 2 Australian representatives over the years for the Forest High School in the 108-year history of CHS, so continuing to that medal tally, but he's found another gear. He looked to be dropping off his really ambitious tempo he set at the start, but he's really powered home here. Watch this space. Nate Ward, 4:10.73. Battle for the minor placings. Dylan Kane, the Forest, Sydney North, and also Finn Clige just coming right over the top there for the bronze. ahead of Zayed Yaya, George River, Beakhurst, Sydney East. And Justin Brown, Holsworthy, Sydney Southwest, holding good. Mechanics all the way to the line, 4:31 as they flood through now. Have a look at this, Aiden Do. Big finish as well. Storming home is Kaylin Draves at Denison Bathurst in Western Region. All the boys showing great sportsmanship at the end of that as the wind starts to pick up here, so don't necessarily pay too much attention to time. But a terrific effort by all our 15 years boys, 1,500 metre competitors.
But unfortunately, it could more
yeah,
forget.
That's what they're worried about. But they still don't actually know. They worked out that this COVID is so good at just jumping from species to species, and 40% of the deer population in America would test positive for COVID. White deer. So 40% of the wild population of white deer in America are carrying the COVID pathogen. That's how easy it is. So I don't know what Americans are doing. They're giving them COVID. No, but like, and like in almost all countries except Australia, which is good. Like most of the wild.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'll draw your attention to the presentation area where we are about to award medals.
But they just carry us the deer?
Yeah, they don't get
no symptoms.
No symptoms, but they're worried that if they get involved.
Pippi Tapanya is back in action here, ladies and gentlemen. The 2,000 metre steeplechase champion, and she's having another crack at this one. The girls 15 years, 1,500. Isabella Ray in 1 for Albury Riverina. Number 2, Annika Ullman in 2 for Endeavour Sports High, Sydney East. Number 3, Pippi Tapanya of McKellar Girls, Sydney North, who's just a couple of hours ago, doesn't seem long ago at all, she won the steeple. Oh, a little bit of a fall there, so see if the girls can get up and stay in contact. So don't think anything malicious, but this is why you're trying to position yourself at the front so you can stay out of those sort of troubles so you don't have to halt your stride. So it looks like Maya Abel of Terrigal Sydney North is moved herself up into second position there. But Stepania leading through. Let's have a look at this record, 4:31.48. They're going through pretty quick pace if she's able to hold this tempo here through the 400 metre mark in about 1:10 thereabouts. So it's still, though, hanging really tough there. Maya Abel of Terrigal Sydney North doing a great job. Looks to be a race between these two, and another one of our competitors just 20 metres away.
It's all right. There's nothing wrong with being a nerd.
So looking for 2 gold medals in the one day here off a steeplechase victory this morning. Our race leader currently Pippi Tapanya, and on the back of her now Maya Abel of Terrigal Sydney North. They see 2 laps on the board. Most likely their final event of CHS, and they are both looking strong. Sydney North 1-2 here as we see Sophia Bradley of Coolum Central Northwest go through as well with 2 laps to go. Have a look at this record. Keep an eye on it. 4:31.48 from Emily Schneider of Cronulla High in 2016. We might be just a fraction off that tempo. I think we are just a couple of seconds off that pace at the moment. 2:24 would put them at 4:30 pace. So they're about maybe 2:27 through there. Is inseparable at the moment. Our 2 Sydney North competitors leading at the front.
That was like the first statement of them, just like, oh yeah, just take it easy, like please be careful. But they still don't know how it got there.
High School is still on the ground. Can you report immediately to the presentation area, please?
Like Byron Warwick was in the back, but it's only 96.8% similar, which correlates to 10 years of evolution. So there's a 10-year evolutionary gap, and they don't know how it's done. So that's still the one unknown. They actually don't know where the 10 years.
Impressive running by Maya Abel here. 400 metres to go in the girls' 15 years, 1500. Pippi Tapanya, McKellar girls, can she muster up something to potentially try and keep her chances alive for a second gold medal on this final day of competition? Gutsy running coming through from Sophia Bradley, and also Emily Rogers of Sydney Secondary College Leichhardt Sydney East. She has moved into the bronze medal position with a look of intense and urgency. A little look over the left shoulder, but I don't think she's got anything to worry about at the moment. She went and she went with purpose. Maya Abel of Terrigal High School, Sydney North Region, have absolutely flown through here with 100 metres to go. And they will, and she will, deservedly in her own right, absolutely pull away. So put your hands together here, ladies and gentlemen. Maya Abel of Terrigal, she waited. You could tell she was comfortable, and then she just took off like a rocket. And she'll be rewarded with the gold medal. The girls 15 years, 1500, 440.81. Not far outside the record. Pippi Tapanya, McKellar girls, kudos to her. As we said, she did the steeple just a couple of hours ago. And doing plenty of damage in the last 400 or 500 metres. Our bronze medalist coming through, Emily Rogers of Leichhardt, gets herself on the podium with a terrific last 500. As the rest of the girls come through, a good battle there between Amika Ullman and also Amelia Ullman of Endeavour Sports High School. Great contest between those students. Sophia Bradley of Coolars Central coming through. Indiana Ackman of Albion Park South Coast, followed by Ella Johnson. And we cross the line here in the girls' 15 years, 1500 metre final.
Moses Fowler from Marilla, candidate readiness, Jasper Steers, Magro from Darren Joey. Could they just report back to the presentation area immediately with their medals, please? Those three boys straight away back to the presentation area.
We turn your attention back to the start line on the far side of the track. We turn your attention to the start line once again on the far side of the track. The boys 12 to 14 years, 1500 metre CHS New South Wales Championship. We'll introduce the competitors once they get started.
On your mark.
So the determined but measured rush to lane one, although I don't know how measured they'll be. The 12 to 14-year-olds don't waste any time in getting after it. Have a look at this first 300 split. It'll be something remarkable here in the 12 to 14 boys. So Finn Auld wearing number 1, Ewan Thompson number 2, Alexander Mizutano 3, Tom Chalmers 4, Tomoki Henderson in 5, Blake Morgan 6, Zvi Radajak 7. Number 8 is Cameron Bloom. Number 9, Jacob Poole. 10 is James Sykes. Number 11, Zane Guthrie. Number 12, Lachlan Mulligan. Number 13, Brendan Armstrong. 14 is Eric Wood. Number 15, Harrison Ferns. Number 16, Atticus Crook. 17, Lorenzo Payanessa. Number 18, Hunter Brown. Number 19, Mitch Chalmers. So some of these guys for the first time competing in this bracketed age group In the 800, of course, they compete in their own age group, and some of the 12-year-olds competing here against some of the older, more experienced athletes. But they've done it in the past. They've done it in cross-country as well in the under-14 age group, so they would have done it previously, but not on the track and not here at CHS. We've got a group of 3 leading through, and they have set a really quick tempo. The record is quick, though, in this one. Luke Young, who's an Australian youth representative, Toronto High School back in 2015, posted a time of 4:13.13. As we see our leading 3 try to make the others hurt in behind and insert the lactic acid a little bit earlier than what some of these boys might expect. But some of the athletes from 4th through to 10th still look like they are pretty comfortable at this point. So interesting to see what they've got left and who's trying to take that early risk and make that crucial decision on when to surge and when to respond. So here we go, Brendan Armstrong leading through Blake Morgan and also Hunter Brown. It is of Orange High School Western Region. You're leading 3. Cameron Bloom and Zvi Radijak is leading that group of 4, which are from 5th through to 8th position. So Hunter Brown of Western Region doing a great job here. Starting to ask the questions as we go to another medal presentation. But we've got Hunter Brown of Orange, Western Region, coming through here with a very close battle between 2nd and 3rd. We can see coming through here is Blake Morgan, followed then by number 13, who was leading earlier on, Brendan Armstrong of Pennant Hills, Sydney North, Zvi Radijak, and also Cameron Bloom, followed by Lorenzo Payanessa. And then the next duo is Harrison Ferns and also Alexander Mizutano to come through the bell. And Finn Ord, Dubbo South Coast, in a white cap here coming through. You'll see him shortly as they head along the back straight in the centre of your screen, though, and looking still comfortable inside the final 400. Our race leader of Western Region, Hunter Brown. Western Region looking for another gold here, and as they work towards the line, he's going to get a job done. Zvi Radijak, where did he come from? The clouds is where he came from. Blake Morgan in 3rd, then it's Cameron Bloom just behind in 4th place, hanging tough as we see another one of the 12-year-old. It is Lorenzo Payanessa in a Sydney High School coming through. Some gutsy efforts here by these young future stars. Jacob Poole of Picnic Point crossing the line. Big finish there as well by Atticus Crook of Smiths Hill. And you can see how much it's taken out of them on the track here in the boys 12 to 14 years 1,500 metre final. Girls 12 to 14 years, 1,500 metres. Next final up on the track. We'll introduce the competitors once they get underway.
On your mark.
So away here, Ayala Marshall Witt goes for Northern Beaches Cromer, Sydney North. Hip number 1. Number 2, Hannah Mounter. from Lambton, Hunter Region. Number 3, Isabella Mook of Westfield Sports, Sydney Southwest. Number 4, Taylor Weir of Glen Innes, Northwest. Number 5, Nairee Brown of Maitland Grossman, Hunter Region. Number 6, Indiana Cole of Wagga Wagga, Riverina. Number 7, Annabella Saberis of Winmarlee, Sydney West. Number 8, Mary Arundale, Glen Innes, Northwest. Number 9 is Chloe Anderson of Hurlston Memorial Agricultural, Sydney Southwest. Number 10, Kaya Gallen of Endeavour Sports, a new recruit recently, and she is starting to realise her potential in distance running. Kaya Gallen hit number 10. Number 11, Annabella Vella, Golson, Sydney North. Number 12, Taylor Tracy of Maria, South Coast. Number 13, Petra Franson of the very high-performing Caringbah High School in recent times, not just academically but in sport as well. Number 14, Macy Kenworthy of Aria Park, Central, Riverina. Number 15, Macy Mitchell of Colo, Sydney West. Number 16, Zali Carmichael, Maclean, North Coast. Number 17, Anaya Georgina Cole of Mudgee, Western Region. Number 18, Aniela Knight of Hornsby Girls, Sydney North. Number 19, Jessica Khan of Ulladulla, South Coast. Another really strong prospect here. Number 20, Lauren Heaney, Sydney Secondary College, Balmain, Sydney East. Number 21, Emily Isabel Stone of Mudgee in Western Region. So that's the field. Pack of 5 at the front. It's chopping and changing a little bit so far. So the girls just trying to keep their rhythm and obviously keep their feet as well. We saw a few athletes lose their footing in one of the previous races. So a pack of 5 just sorting themselves out here. 1 minute and 50 seconds through the final of the girls 12 to 14, 1500 metres. And interesting to see, as we said, the mix of age is similar to the boys. Annabella Vella will drive the pace and lead this chain of 5 through, with Jessica Khan of Ulladulla, South Coast, with Kai Gallen of Endeavour Sports there, just moving the widest around. Tucked in on the inside is Anelia Knights and also Petra Franz at Caringbah High School in 5th place. Leading the chase group, we've got Emily Isabel Stone of Mudgee, Western Region. Certainly put in some strong performances, particularly in that last race. But this group of 5 at the front are still intact, and they're on 2:31 through the 800-metre mark. It's about 4:45 pace thereabouts as they work their way through. Lexi Gilmore of Heathcote High School has got the record for this event, 4:37.07 back in 2003. Lexi's still a very prominent and competitive runner the open level in state and national competitions. And Heathcote, obviously, a very, very strong school for many years here at the CHS Championships. But Ella Nelson, another one of them from Heathcote High. She was 9th in the Rio Olympics, 200 metres. With the focus here on this generation coming through, our leading 5 separated a little bit now. Couple of strides. Who's got another change of gear? Who's got the will to be able to just try and find something deep within themselves to muster up something over the last 400 metres? The girls 12 to 14, 1500. I tell you what, Jessica Khan does. Ulladulla High School, she hears the bell in the lead position. That's nearly a Knight of Hornsby Girls in second. Petra Franson also hanging tough there. Great battle for 3rd place as Khan tries to pull away. Also collecting the bell. And halfway around the 400-metre start bend, as well as Taylor Tracy, Maria High School in the South Coast region. Same school as what Jayla Hancock Cameron is from, who's a record holder in one of the previous age groups here. Or previous age groups run over 1,500. Along the back straight they go. The race is not entirely won and done just yet, though, with 200 metres to go. So as they work their way around, it is Jessica Khan who's just so impressive here. She works her way into the home stretch and starts to pull away from the field. It looked to be getting a little bit closer there, the Sydney North competitor, but now she's just started to find something extra and drive hard home all the way through to the line. She's an impressive athlete, Ulladulla High School of South Coast, and she's holding her form and shown that she can put together a terrific race at such a young age, crossing the line ahead of Anelia Knight of Hornsby Girls, Sydney North, and back to Annabella Vella, and also coming through in 4th place. She's very well accomplished triathlete as well, the all-school state champion for triathlon, Petra Franson, as we see Kai Gallen finish off here. She's giving away at least a year to some of these other girls in this race. So kudos to them, getting under 5 minutes, most of these athletes. In the girls 12 to 14, 1,500 metres. It's an incredible depth of talent we've got in New South Wales. We've traditionally performed exceptionally well. And these 1,500 metre races have been nothing short of exceptional and nothing less than what you'd expect based on what we've seen throughout the winter season. Cross country, of course, the All-Schools State Championships, which also incorporates the CHS Championships held at Eastern Creek in July. We saw many of those athletes there, if not all of them, doing a brilliant job. And it just seems to come around so quickly this athletic season. So some of them are definitely not necessarily in full training right now. It is very early in the summer season. And we look forward to seeing many of them in the All-Schools State Championships in just a couple of weeks' time. A reminder to get your entries in for that. NSWathletics.org.au. Split into 2 weekends this year. The All-Schools New South Wales Track and Field Championships.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'll draw your attention to the presentation area where we are about to award medals to the girls 15-year-old 1,500 metre runners. The bronze medalist from the Sydney East region in a time of 5 minutes 07.31 is Emily Rogers. Our silver medalist from the Keller Girls High School in a time of 4:53.31, Kippy Tapania. And our gold medalist and New South Wales Combined High Schools champion for 2023 from Terrigal High School in Sydney North with a time of 4:40.79. Please congratulate Maya Aylor.
Well, we all want to find out who the fastest in New South Wales is, and now is the time to do so. The boys 17 plus 100 metre final about to get underway on the track. Introducing your finalists from the inside in lane 1, representing South Grafton North Coast, Max Southgate. In lane 2, representing Farrer Memorial Agricultural High School Northwest Region, Regan Popplewell. In lane 3, representing Narrabeen Sports High School, Sydney North, Isaiah Ladejo. In lane 4, representing Oak Flats High School South Coast, Lucas Campbell. In lane 5, representing Picton High School Sydney Southwest, Cody Hassler. In lane 6, representing Sydney Secondary College Blackwattle Bay, Sydney East, Liam Capsalis. In lane 7, from Sydney Tech, Sydney East, Isaac Kwan. In lane 8, representing Westfield Sports, Sydney Southwest, Rashid Kabar. And in lane 9, Glenwood High School representative, Sydney West, Jake Hayter. In lane 10, from Victory High School South Coast, Isaac Parks. And in lane 11, from St Ives High School, Sydney North, Cooper Wilson. So the boys 17 plus years, 100 metres, competing here for the Mumford Trophy, an annual award as well, given to the winner of this event each year.
No, I don't believe he's doing this. He just introduced the 100. The show must go on.
Our silver medalist from Carring Bar High School,
Guys,
and our gold medalist and New South Wales CHS champion for 2023 from Orange High School in the Western Region. Please congratulate Hunter Brown.
So 10.45, the record's held by Paul Green, Shoalhaven, 1989. One of few events have been in place since the original championship 108 years ago. Here we go, final with 17 plus 100. So away here, pretty even start across the board. Probably the best of them there was Capsalis here. Sydney East up alongside him. Cody Hassler, Picton High School, Carver. So it's a Sydney Southwest battle right at the front of the field, and it might be just Hassler. He's got it, 10.65. A terrific run there. Brilliant win behind them there, but 10.65 will get the job done to be crowned the fastest 17-plus boy in New South Wales government schools here for 2023. And a great contest between him and Rashid Karba. Many a battle over the years. Cody Hassler, 10.71, his best time this year, so 10.65 is a terrific run for him. And it sets the standard for all the 100-metre finals still to come on the final day of CHS 2023. So keep an eye on the Champions Trophy as well. The fastest 100-metre time across all the female events. Doesn't always go to 17 plus, but it might here. Next event on the track is the girls 17 plus 100 metre. Great race to kick things off, and we'll see what this one can deliver here in the second 100 metre final on the program. One of the highly prestigious titles to win here at CHS. In lane 1, representing Oxley Northwest, Kanisha Fuller. In lane 2, from Fairvale, Sydney Southwest, Ariana Roberts-Ruol. In lane 3 from Willoughby Girls, Sydney North, Zinmin Tan. In lane 4, representing Westfield Sports, Sydney Southwest, Destiny Magoon. In lane 5, representing Endeavour Sports High School, Sydney East, Jacinta Lampret. In lane 6, from Newtown Performing Arts, Sydney East, Talan Paki. In lane 7, from Glenwood, Sydney West, Taliana Kabiyawa. In lane 8, representing Tomaree High School, Hunter Region, Summer Harrison. In lane 9, from Northern Beaches Freshwater, Sydney North, Phoebe Hancock. In lane 10, representing Kiama High School, South Coast, Misha Boniface. And in 11, representing West Wallsend, Hunter Region, Sukontha Thonkea. This is the field for the final Champion of Champions trophy up for grabs for the fastest female across all the 100-metre finals. This is the girls' 17-plus 100-metre CHS state final. So away Lampert, away well, and also Summer Harrison. Harrison got the edge at this point. They're going to have to catch it from here. Lampert making a go at it, but Summer Harrison in a league of her own. She was fastest last year, and she's retained that title, 11.99. She's gone sub 12 with a plus 2.6 behind her as well. So great to see the camaraderie amongst the girls as well, but Summer Harrison has proven again how she is a force to be reckoned with in female junior sprinting. Tomaree High School, Hunter Region, getting the job done to kick off a great summer, no doubt, in store for her. She heads towards all schools and plenty of other events still to come and opportunities to compete at the next level in the Opens as well. Unofficially, sub 12 seconds there. The girls 17-plus 100 metres. So boys 16 years, we'll just introduce them very shortly. Looks like we're ready to go. Boys 16 years, 100 metres, the next event up on the track. Introducing your finalists in lane 1 from Canobolas Rural Tech, Western Region, Joseph Hathaway. In lane 2, representing Ulladulla High School, South Coast, Jack West. In lane 3 from Gosford, Sydney North, Hudson Brown. In lane 4 from Endeavour Sports High School, Sydney East, Taurus Traino. In lane 5, please welcome Takiri Mason from Hastings Port Macquarie. In lane 6 from Glenwood High School, Sydney West, Dylan Illingantale. In lane 7, representing Dubbo Senior College, Western Region, Max McInerney. In lane 8, representing St Mary's Senior College, Sydney West, Jacob Peterson. In lane 9, from Merriweather High School, Hunter Region, James Zhang. In lane 10, from Tamworth Northwest, Hayne Dawson. And in lane 11, representing Warners Bay, Hunter Region, this is Max King. The boys 16 years, 100 metres, CHS state final, the CHS record 10.73, set by Richardson back in 1998. So Taurus Trainer, the defending champion here, 11.28 last year. Dylan Illingantale, 11.37. Daniel Hornery, who's not in this field, was third. So away here as they go. It looks like Hathaway's pretty well, but Traino the one to catch at the moment. Mason trying to shadow him, but it will be all Sydney East. It'll be all Endeavour Sports, 11.00. Let's hope it rounds down. 10.99. Give it to him. Come on. And Taurus Traino, Endeavour Sports High School, Sydney East gets the job done, adding to the tally, and they are well ahead in the Sports High Schools Cup point score at the moment, ahead of Westfields, and a plus 2.1. So close to being a legal win reading, but kudos to him. See on the results board there, Summer Harrison, 11.98 official time, ahead of Jacinta Lampret, 12.23 and 12.37 for Taliana Kabayawa in the girls 17+ event. Get those results for the boys confirmed shortly.
Gold medalist and combined high schools champion for 2023, running a time of 4:48.15 from Ulladulla High School on the South Coast. Please congratulate Jessica Hahn.
So the girls 16 years 100-metre final. Next up on the track here, in lane 1, representing Wollongong Performing Arts South Coast, Sienna Projoski. In lane 2, representing Taree High School Hunter Region, Summer Abbott. In lane 3, from Bega South Coast, Paige Moxie. In lane 4, from Cherrybrook Tech Sydney North, Sarah Coots. In lane 5, from Castle Hill Sydney West, Anissa Quee. In lane 6, from Merriweather High School Hunter Region, Anna Cupid. In lane 7, representing Port Hacking High School, Sydney East, Miller Coles. In lane 8, representing Fairvale, Sydney South West, Natasha Grimer. In lane 9, from Albury High School, Riverina, Michaela Talbot. In lane 10, from Elizabeth Mack, Sydney South West, Caitlin Tattersall. And in lane 11, from Kirrawee High, Sydney East, Izzy Lewison-Rowe. She might not be there. Girls 16 years, 100-metre final. So a pretty good reaction there. Projoski on the inside, but it's the Sydney West competitor, Anissa Quee, the one to chase at the moment. She's charging ahead. Very, very close for these minor placings, with Tattersall trying to move into second and Coles as well pushing through, but Sydney West gets a win here. Anissa Quee, 12.35 with plus 1.7 metres per second behind. And the girls 16 years 100-metre champion of New South Wales for CHS decided here. Anissa Quee getting the job done.
Is that good? 12, no, she's 12.19 as a PB. Sorry. So, yeah, it's a breath. Yeah, not much. Stop recording the third way through and they had to restart it. So I haven't got it. Right. Yeah. That's right. We'll probably cross this one together anyway.
So boys, 15 years, 100-metre final. The next event up on the track here. And introducing your CHS state finalists. In lane 1 from Fairvale, Sydney Southwest, Ramazani Wekalongo. In lane 2 from Denison Kelso, Western Region, Kobe Bulkstar. In lane 3 from Murrumbidgee, Riverina Region, Asad Ali. In lane 4 representing Eden Marine, South Coast, Bodie Dunn. In lane 5 from Camaragal, Sydney North, Xavier Frost. In lane 6 from Newcastle, Hunter Region, Boston Byrne. In lane 7 from Chatswood High School, Sydney North Region, Andre Hampel. In lane 8 from Casino, North Coast, Ty Hogan Collins. In lane 9 from Muirfield, Sydney West, Aidan McFarlane. In lane 10 from Sylvania High School, Sydney East Region, Bradley Stone. And in lane 11, representing Lucas Heights, Sydney East Region, Samuel Humphreys. Ladies and gentlemen, these are your fastest 15-year-old government school athletes in New South Wales. 100-metre title and crown about to be decided here on the track. Pretty evenly away, probably just Xavier Frost there in the South Coast. Bodie Dunn is powering away. Look at him go. Hampel trying to hold on to second place. A late charge as well from Humphreys on the outside as well for Lucas Heights. But South Coast will get the win. He's pumped. 11.46. Bodie Dunn, Eden Marine, doing a great job and getting himself a pretty impressive title. And a story to tell the grandkids one day. I was the fastest government school 15-year-old in New South Wales, over 100 metres, plus 0.7 metres per second, the tailwind. And brilliant effort, one to get up for the South Coast region. They've done such a terrific job, these championships. And those results will be confirmed shortly. Our girls' 16 years, 100-metre results on the board as we go down to a medal presentation.
Our silver medalist from the Hills High School in Sydney West with a throw of 32.12, Rachel Bartley. And our gold medalist with a throw of 35.13 from Cuba Barrabrand High School in the Northwest region. And New South Wales CHS champion, Sian Davis.
Finals time continues here for the girls. 15 years, 100 metres, CHS record 11.96 set by Grace Krause at Temora in 2022. Here are your finalists. In lane 1 from Canobolas Rural Tech Western Region, Maya Naden. In lane 2 from the Hill Sports High School, Sydney West, Alyssa McKenzie. In lane 3 from Oak Flats High School, South Coast, Charlotte Kerr. In lane 4 representing Endeavour Sports High School, Sydney East, Tammin Lampret. In lane 5, also for Endeavour Sports Sydney East, Neve Jenkins. In lane 6 from Whitebridge High School, Hunter Region, Ava Ross. In lane 7, representing Hurlston Agricultural Sydney Southwest, Ricky Roberts. Running in lane 8 from Hunter Sports High School, Hunter Region, Annika McCarthy. In lane 9 from Nepean, Sydney West Region, Karen Keeley. In 10 from Mount Annan High School, Sydney Southwest, Jessica Landrigan. And in lane 11 from Woonona High School, South Coast, Clara Marshall Dawson. This is the final of the girls' 15 years 100 metre CHS State Championship. So Lampert away pretty quickly. Also Ava Ross of Whitebridge High School, probably between those two at the moment. Close battle for third with Ricky Roberts trying to push up, and Jenkins as well, but taking the win here. She's really impressive, Ava Ross, defending her title. 12.37 she did last year. Dropped it down 6/100ths here in 2023, 12.31 to get the gold medal. Lampert, another CHS title, CHS medal, to go home with as well. And that was a pretty impressive run with a nice tailwind behind the girls as well. Very, very busy program for all of them here, the 15 girls 100-metre final. And a number of them still got the relay to come as well. So it's all happening here on the final day of competition, New South Wales CHS Championships 2023. Years boys now. It's their time to shine over the 100 metres. We've got your 11 finalists ready to go behind the blocks in lane 1 from Dubbo Senior College Western Region, Aidan Riley. In lane 2 from Tomaree High School Hunter Region, Will Hoffman. In lane 3 from Orange Western Region, Caleb Williamson. In lane 4 from Macquarie Field, Sydney Southwest, Hosea Tafuga. In lane 5 from Urala Central Northwest, David Kapaya. In 6 from Sydney Boys High School, Sydney East, Alex Rufus. In 7 from Dapto South Coast, T. Carleen. In 8 from Camaragal, Sydney North, Haruya Ockens. In lane 9 from Jamison High School, Sydney West, Bailey Hall. In lane 10 from Picnic Point, Sydney Southwest, Soldier Price. And in lane 11 from Westfield Sports, Sydney Southwest, Coburn Best. The boys, 14 years, 100-metre final. A great lineup, gold, silver and bronze up for grabs here. They're in the hands of the starter. So defending champion Daniel McBride not here. We've got Alex Rufus, though, in lane 6. Was second last year. The boys, 13 years, did 12-1-2. What can they do here? The boys, 14, 100 final. So as they get away, probably the best of the starts there was Will Hoffman there, and also starting to push through is Alex Rufus of Sydney Boys. Tafuga of Macquarie Fields holding second. A late charge as well by Hall, but it's all the Sydney East man. Gives him a bit of a fist bump and says, Alex Rufus, I am the champion of the state. Well, unofficially, yes, you are. 11.59 to take the win there. So well done. Second last year. Not the runner-up anymore. He is the state champion for CHS. And these 100-metre finals continue to impress here. You can see on the board now the results of the girls' 15 years final with Ava Ross, Tammin Lampert and Eve Jenkins, your podium there. So the girls' 14 years, 100-metre final. 11 competitors again. Your CHS state finalists are in lane 1, representing Glen Innes Northwest, Caitlin Casson. Lane 2 from Kiama South Coast, Claire Tierney. In lane 3 from Glenwood, Sydney West, Angelina Burford. In lane 4 from Georges River, Penshurst Girls, Sydney East, Elira Lubis. In lane 5 from Sydney Girls, Sydney East, Catherine Suto. In lane 6 from Burwood Girls, Sydney North, Maddie Gifford. In lane 7 from Hornsby Girls, Sydney North Region, Arabella Lewis. In lane 8 from Lambton High School, Hunter Region, Sarah Stokes. In lane 9 from Campbelltown Performing Arts, Sydney South West, Shakina Banavalu. In lane 10 from Young High School, Riverina, Bridie Davis. And on the outside in lane 11 from Campbelltown Performing Arts, Sydney South West, Talina Basecki is the final of the girls' 14 years, 100 metres.
On your mark.
So Lubis, the defending champion, starts in for Basecki. In lane 11, second last year. So away here, probably Lubis got the best of the starts, full from the left as well. Sarah Stokes of Lambton High School pushing up, and also Sydney North duo trying to hang in tough. And it is Maddie Gifford of Burwood Girls. I think they're going through and taking the win unofficially, 12.65. Maddie Gifford there, an incredible display for the girls' 14 years 100 metre final. Plenty of changes down the straight. Holding your form under pressure in the last 30 metres so crucial, but well done to all our girls in the 14 years 100 final.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'll draw your attention to the presentation area where we're going to present medals to the girls 16-year-old 100 metre runners. Our bronze medalist for the Mrs. MacArthur High School in Sydney South West with a time of 12.69, Caitlin Tattersall. Our silver medalist with a time of 12.68 from Port Hacking High School in Sydney East, Miller Coles. And our gold medalist with a time of 12.34 and New South Wales CHS champion from Castle Hill High School in Sydney West. Please congratulate Anissa Lee.
So time now for the final of the boys' 13 years, 100 metres. CHS record 11.33 from Cameron Gulliford of Walco back in 2002. Introducing your finalists for the 13 boys. In lane 1 from the Ponds High School, Sydney West, Adam Nasser. In lane 2 from Murray High School, Riverina, Manas Musidi. In lane 3 from Galston, Sydney North, Oscar Turnbull. In lane 4, representing Cardiff High School, Hunter Region, Carlo Magbag. In lane 5, representing Fort Street, Sydney North, Leon Liu. In lane 6 from Sydney Boys High School, Sydney East, Owen Trin. In lane 7 from Sylvania High School, Sydney East, Noah Farley. In lane 8 from Westfield Sports, Sydney South West, Jaden Todorowski. In lane 9 from Callahan Waratah, Hunter Region, Kulan Parry. In lane 10 from Marara North Coast, Robert Kazosi. And in lane 11, representing the Narooma South Coast, Dean Close Robinson. Ladies and gentlemen, your finalists, CHS state finalists for the boys' 13 years, 100 metres.
Sorry, boy, just stand up, please. I didn't have the speaker on. They can hear properly. Apologies for that. On your mark.
So away here, really good reaction there by Magbag of Hunter Region, but coming through in the centre on Trin, and Noah Farley trying to hang tough here, but it is our man from Sydney South West, Todorowski. Unsurprisingly, he left it late, but he's got the job done. 11.74 to take the win here. He's been so impressive in 2023, continues, adds another title to his list of accolades he's achieved with a perfect win rating there as well of plus 1.6 metres per second. So fantastic stuff by Todorowski. But he had plenty of challenges all the way down the track as we see our results here for the girls 14 years 100, and we go to another medal presentation. So it's all happening here in the 100-metre finals program. Not mucking around. We're very privileged to be able to see these athletes in action. Have gradually got it down from each school. I know in most regions, or some regions, have 50-plus schools in them. So across the 10 regions across the state, then we have an incredible amount of athletes who've been drawn upon from the initial pool, and I think about 40,000 per age group in New South Wales to get it down to the fastest 10 or 11, or fastest 10 it would be, and a pretty impressive effort. We go straight to another final behind the blocks. Behind the blocks now, the girls 13 years, 100-metre CHS State Final. In lane 1 from Hunter Sports High School, Ella Streetfield. In lane 2 from Blaxland High School, Sydney West, Caitlin Bessley. In lane 3 from Hastings Westport, North Coast, Sakura Atwood. In lane 4 from the Hills Sports High School, Sydney West, Beza Zivdimbas. In lane 5 from Killarney Heights, Sydney North, Naomi Krajenchik. In lane 6 from Dubbo Senior College, Western Region, Marley Pay. In lane 7 from Bulli High School, South Coast, Ivy Foster. In lane 8 from Merriweather High School, Hunter Region, Taylor Bryant. In lane 9 from Aurora North Coast, Lani Clark. In lane 10 from the Hunter Sports High School, Hunter Region, Madison Trembath. And in lane 11 from Tumbarumba High School, Riverina Region, this is Phoebe Richards. The girls 13 years, 100-metre New South Wales CHS final for 2023 about to get underway.
On your mark.
So underway, pretty good reaction there by Sakura Atwood of North Coast, but even better, Pesley now starting to work her way into the running, and Taylor Bryan of Merriweather High School. It's between her and also Krajenchik of Sydney North as they go towards the line. Really hard to pick. If I had to, it would be Taylor Bryan, but I'm not 100% sure. 12.65 with a plus 1.6 tailwind behind. That was the closest 100-metre final we've seen so far, so well done to the girls, making it super competitive all the way through, as you'd expect it to be against the best state school athletes in New South Wales. The race before this, results firm there for the boys, 13 years 100, 11.73 for Jaden Todorowski, Carlo Magbag 11.94, Owen Trin 11.95 for third in the boys' 13 years 100-metre final.
Still awaiting confirmation of the finishing places for that last event. It was that close. Let's see how well Nathan did in predicting it.
I did say about 6 times, I think.
I
don't trust my judgment.
We are waiting, and we might find out here. No, this is the 12 years boys, is it? We're saying. Yep.
So next up, the boys' 12 years, 100 metres final. About to get underway on the track here. It's been a great suite of 100-metre finals so far, and we've still got 2 to go. So boys' 12 years finalists in lane 1 from North Sydney boys, Sydney North, Adwin Kang. In lane 2 from North Sydney boys, Sydney North as well, Alexander Song. In lane 3 from Bosley Park, Sydney Southwest, Thomas Tomeo. In lane 4 from Katara High School, Hunter Region, Gabriel Ali. In lane 5 from Arthur Phillips, Sydney West, Josh Thompson. In lane 6 from Georges River Peaker, Sydney East, Raymond He. Lane 7 from Kira High School, South Coast, Michael Melfi. In lane 8 from Kashula, Sydney South West, Ibrahim Kamara. In lane 9, representing Yass High School, South Coast, we've got Elijah Aberdeen. In lane 10 from Kingscliff High School, North Coast, Rory McKay. And in lane 11, representing Blakehurst High School, Sydney East Region, Jeffrey Sue. Ladies and gentlemen, the final, the boys, 12 years, 100 metres.
On your mark. Set.
So away really quick off the mark was Gabriel Ali. He's put himself a couple of strides ahead. Raymond He of Georges River Peakhurst and Michael Melfi of Kira High School. Melfi pushing himself level with second, but courtesy of a brilliant start, they came at him late, but Gabriel Ali just held off Michael Melfi there, who charged home like an absolute bullet in the final 40 metres. 12.38 is where he'll stop the clock to take the CHS state title.
And just confirming the finishing, Taylor Bryant from Merriweather High School in the girls 1,300 metres. Naomi Kalani Heights in second, and third it was Ivy Foster. And it was 200th of a second. So, well done. And Nathan, you did say you think 6 times it was Taylor Bryant, and you were correct.
I'm not right about a lot of things, Neil, so I'll take it.
Well done.
CHS champion for 2023, making a jump of 1.94 metres from Epping Boys High School in Sydney North. Please congratulate Brendan Haas.
The girls' 12 years, 100-metre final. We've been spoilt with the incredible action we've seen on the track so far here on the third and final day of competition. And the last 100 metres before we get into the 4x1 relays is the girls' 12 years, 100 metres. Your finalists from lane 1, from Brisbane Waters, Umina, Sydney North, Imogen Graham. In lane 2, from Temora Riverina, Sienna Botha. In lane 3, from Muirfield, Sydney West, Hannah Lambert. In lane 4, from Woolooware, Sydney East, Frankie Gorman. In lane 5, from Westfield Sports, Sydney Southwest, Alexia Matheson. In lane 6, from Dubbo Senior College, Western Region, Emily Lusick. In lane 7, from Bulli High School, South Coast, Alira Walker. In lane 8, representing Coffs Harbour, North Coast Region, Jessica Morris. In lane 9, representing Tormina, North Coast, Aid Amado Taylor. In lane 10 from Westfield Sports, Sydney Southwest, Evangeline Magoon. And in lane 11 from McKellar Girls, Sydney North, Tania Guzzo. This is the final of the girls' 12 years, 100 metres CHS State Championship for 2023.
See you later. Good job, Angie. See ya.
So a pretty good reaction there by, looks like the Sydney Southwest competitor there. So she works her way through to the line. It looks like it's Jessica Morris of North Coast potentially getting through. Really late charge as well by Alira Walker of Bulli South Coast, who was close to the line, 13.45. And that is what you want to see. It's nail-biting racing all the way through. Got to be right on your game here as they work their way through. 12.37. Gabriel Ali, Michael Melfi, 12.49. Raymond He, 12.67 in the boys' 12 years. And that will wrap up our 100-metre finals, Neil. Pretty close racing, as you'd expect.
And it was exceptional racing and exceptional calling. Thanks very much, Nathan. You've done a great job through those hundreds. And we now move to the 4x100s. And the first up will be boys 17 final. And they will be taking the track shortly. We have all our change officials in place. Our current, the boys 17 finalists are on the track at the moment, just setting their starting blocks. And we'll just check all the changes, of course, before we start this race. And I'll just see if I can get the start list from Nathan. Okay, in lane number 2, we have Glenwood, Sydney West. Lane 3, Merriweather Hunter. Lane 4, Picton, Sydney Southwest. Lane 5, Castle Hill, Sydney West. Lane 6, Wadalba Community, Sydney North. Lane 7, Westfield Sports High School, Sydney Southwest. Lane 8, Vincentia, South Coast. Lane 9, South Grafton, North Coast. We have a record here established in 1995 of 42.82. 42.82, and we are awaiting the starter. Checking the starting equipment.
It's interesting to see what happens here. We know in the Sports High School's point score that these relays a lot of bragging rights up for grabs as well. But Westfields did get the win last year from Sydney Secondary College, Blackwattle Bay, and also Concord in third. But it's only Westfields fielding a team out of those 3 teams.
Ladies and gentlemen, I draw your attention to the presentation area where we are presenting medals for the girls 14-year-old 100-metre event. In third position in our bronze medalists from Penshurst Girls High School, Alayra Lewis. Our silver medalist from Sydney Girls High School in Sydney East, Catherine Suto. And in a time of 12.64, our New South Wales CHS champion and gold medalist from Burwood Girls High School in Sydney North. Please congratulate Annie Gifford.
The boys 17 plus 4x100 metre relay final. Straight into it, ladies and gentlemen. In lane 2 from Sydney West, Glenwood High School. Lane 3 from Hunter Region, Merriweather High School. In lane 4 from Sydney Southwest, Picton High School. In lane 5 from Sydney West, Castle Hill. In lane 6 from Sydney North, Wadalba Community. In lane 7 from Sydney Southwest, Westfield Sports. In lane 8 from South Coast, Vincentia High School. And in lane 9 from North Coast, South Grafton. So much bragging rights, so much pride and history associated with the boys 17 plus 4x100 metre relay. 42.82 the record from Westfield Sports in 1995.
On your marks. Set. Right, set up, please.
So getting a bit unsteady, as you'd expect. The boys a bit nervous.
Quicker on the...
Got to gel so well as a team to be able to get the baton round in one piece and able to hold that momentum through the changes. We go again for the boys 17 plus 4x100 metre final.
Set.
So away on second attempt from the inside, Glenwood, Merriweather, Picton, Castle Hill, Wadolba, Westfield Sports, Vincentia and South Grafton. You can already see Wadolba in Sydney North go to a really quick lead. And on the outside as well, Vincentia, South Coast are moving very swiftly, making a strong challenge here and setting their race up beautifully. Also on the inside from Sydney Southwest, Picton High School, and Westfield's obviously there as well, but can't quite get the baton around, I don't think. So it's really opened the door here for a great opportunity. Maybe one of these schools didn't expect to be in this position, but they found themselves. Anything can happen in a relay, we know it. As they go towards the line here, have a look at the charge here on the inside from Picton High School. He's going to get there. Right on the line. Have a look at that. 44-2-1. Whoa, and he's still running. Charges into the wall. Probably could run out the tunnel. Could do another 100 metres. He's that high on adrenaline right now. Absolutely firing.
How good was that? What a sensational race, ladies and gentlemen. He came from nowhere.
Sorry, I got a bit excited there, guys.
We all did.
Hopefully it's all clean because...
What a race.
Unbelievable.
Yeah, that was a very good race. Ladies and gentlemen, this race will be the girls 17 to 19 4x100 metres relay. In lane 2, we have Hunter Sports High School. In lane 3, Castle Hill, representing Sydney West. In lane 4, Port Hacking, Sydney East. In lane 5, Whitebridge, Hunter. In lane 6, Endeavour Sports High School, Sydney East. In lane 7, Westfield Sports High School, Sydney Southwest. In lane 8, Riverside Girls, Sydney North. And lane 9, Fairvale, Sydney Southwest.
The standard's been set pretty high here in the first of the relay finals. Next up, the girls 17 plus years. Introducing your finalists, starting from the inside in lane 2 from Hunter Region, Hunter Sports High School. In lane 3 from Sydney West, Castle Hill. In lane 4, representing Sydney East, Port Hacking High School. In lane 5 from Hunter Region, Whitebridge High School. In lane 6 from Sydney East, Endeavour Sports. In lane 7 from Sydney Southwest, Westfield Sports. In lane 8 from Sydney North, Riverside Girls. And in lane 9 from Sydney Southwest, Fairvale High School. Ladies and gentlemen, the final of the girls 17 plus 4x100, 48.9 for the record by Westfield Sports in 1995.
Ladies and gentlemen, I draw your attention to the presentation area where we are about to present medals to the competitors in the girls 13-year-old 100-metre event. Our bronze medalist from Bulli in the South Coast is Ivy Foster.
So we know here, Westfield's 1995, there must have been something special about that year. They got both boys and girls 17 plus records, Westfield's. We know they've got 4 of the 6 boys relay records, 3 of the 6 girls relay records. The other relay records held by Hills, Hunters Hill, Kiama and Endeavour. So interesting to see what can happen here for the girls 17 plus. See if they've modified their change and take off points as well based on the cumulative fatigue that some of these athletes might be feeling at the end of 3 days of competition.
On your marks.
And the track's drying up. It's turned out to be really good conditions here.
Set.
Away cleanly from the inside, Hunter Sports, Castle Hill, Port Hacking, Whitebridge, Endeavour Sports, Westfields, Riverside Girls and Fairvale. Fairly even between the top 4 teams, or the outside 4 lanes here. Maybe just Endeavour. It was very, very close between them and Riverside Girls as well. And you can see Westfield's now moving up alongside Endeavour, and on the inside here as well is Whitebridge and Hunter Region. Still trying to push through. Endeavour slick at the moment. Halfway through this one. They're the ones with the target on their back here as they work their way around the bend. 150 to go. And Port Hacking High School in the mix as well here, not too far off the pace. So it's Endeavour with Jacinta Lampert to anchor them home here. 48.94 is the record. We see on the outside Westfield Sports and Port Hacking battling for the silver, but Endeavour Sports are the champions. 48.72, it's a new record. 48.94 that stood for 28 years. Can say see you later, because Endeavour have got themselves another record. They've got 2 records in the relays at the moment. They've added a third. Medal presentation time. Oh, wow. Unbelievable. The baton change so slick. I know a lot of that Endeavour team actually are in the same squad anyway, and they train together with the same coach. It's not just a school team. It will be, but you can tell just how well they gel together.
That was magnificent. I think they went very close to setting the record in their heat, too. Currently we're checking the changes on the last relay event to see everyone was clear.
Boys 16 years, 4x100 metre relay final. Next event's up on the track in lane 2, representing Hunter Region, Katara High School. In lane 3 from Sydney West, Glenwood High. In lane 4 from Sydney North, Ryde Secondary College. In lane 5 from Sydney West, Model Farms. In lane 6, representing Sydney East, Sydney Boys High School. In lane 7, also from Sydney East, Endeavour Sports. In lane 8 from North Coast Region, Willumbar. And in lane 9, representing Hunter, Warners Bay. Ladies and gentlemen, your state's best relay teams for the 16 years boys, 43.15. For Hunters Hill in 2007, the record, they're in the hands of the starter.
On your marks. Set.
So away here from the inside, Katara, Glenwood, Ryde, Model Farm, Sydney Boys, Endeavour Sports, Willumbar and Warners Bay as they work their way down the back straight. Bit of a miss up there for Endeavour, but it opens up the door here on the outside. Sydney Boys right up there, and also the green Warners Bay, the outside as well, moving slickly, and it's also... Warners Bay and North Coast team, a Willumbar it is in the green, but it's the red of Sydney North in the middle of the track as they work their way through. Ryde Secondary College got the lead. Here comes Sydney Boys High School on the outside, though. Model Farms trying to get back in touch. He surged again, though. Sydney Boys were getting closer, but Ryde just said, nah, he got something left in him, more than enough to take the win and be convincing there, 45.00. Wow. What a run. I thought Sydney Boys might have been a chance there, and we know Sydney Boys are so impressive. Not necessarily have a lot of the records. I don't think they have any of the records here, but it's Definitely a school that has plenty of great individual performances over the years, and the anchor leg was starting to creep up. Couldn't quite get there in the end.
As we line up for the girls' 16 years 4x100 metre relay. In lane 2, we'll have Great Lakes Hunter. Lane 3, Ulladulla South Coast. Lane 4, Endeavour Sports High School, Sydney East. Lane 5, Castle Hill, Sydney West. Lane 6, Cheltenham Girls High School, Sydney North. Lane 7, Cherrybrook Technology High School, Sydney North.
Okay, ladies, set your blocks up and practice through and then stand behind your
In
blocks,
lane
please.
8, Hunter Performing Arts High School in the Hunter. And in lane 9, Westfields Sports, Sydney Southwest.
Competitors, in lane 2, Hunter Region, Great Lakes High School. Lane 3 from South Coast, Ulladulla High. Lane 4 from Sydney East, Endeavour Sports.
In lane 5 from Sydney West, Castle Hill. In lane 6 from Sydney North, Cheltenham Girls. In lane 7 from Sydney North, Cherrybrook Tech. In lane 8, representing Hunter Region, is Hunter. In lane 9, from Sydney Southwest, Westfield Sports. Ladies and gentlemen, the girls' 16 years 4x100 metre relay final, New South Wales CHS for 2023, 49.19, a record for Endeavour Sports in 2022.
We good to go, Barrett?
So Endeavour Sports won last year, 49-1. And Whitebridge High was second. They don't have a field or a team in this year's event. Hunter Sports were third. We got Hunter Performing Arts here, I think, in lane number 8. Really looking to consolidate here. See how close 49-19 the time. The CHS record. Another gold medal up for grabs, and some of these athletes will, whilst they might not have an opportunity or might not have a chance of an individual medal because of how competitive this level is as a relay, sometimes you see 4 team sports athletes get together with a well-trained coach, then they have put something together quite remarkable. So just about ready to go. The girls' 16 years 4x100 final. Really starting to dry up. You can see the dark blue parts on the track. That is from the rain earlier on in the day, but most of the track now is really warmed up for our sprinters as expected, and it's starting to feel a little bit more like the conditions of days 1 and 2 here at the CHS Championships.
And as you said earlier in the day, this is the prime sort of conditions for the sprinters. The warmer, they prefer it warmer than the cooler weather. We're waiting with anticipation. And
got a big cross from Barry.
Oh,
you can see in the bottom of the
There's
screen.
a bit of a delay, so if you want to do another warm-up through, run through, go for it.
Ladies and gentlemen, I draw your attention to the presentation area for presentation medals for the boys, 16-year-old, 100 metres.
I reckon some people here, Neil, have actually got 3 or 4 medals just in today alone, given the
I'd say they have. Looking at them.
I'm looking at the man. You can see at the bottom of your screen there's a medal presentation right now. Taurus Traino. He's been in here, there and everywhere. Same with Izzy Lewis and Rowe and a few others. Just absolutely minimal recovery time between a lot of the events, and they've been ambitious in their schedule. But they've been able to deliver, which is testament to their endurance as well and their ability to back up and manage their recovery appropriately. Popular man, Taurus. Plenty of support here. The Jacinta Doyle crew coach most of the Endeavour Sports athletes. And great young people as well. Great young ambassadors of the sport. Very humble and grounded. Confident without being arrogant. It's what you need, and a lot of these athletes are exactly that.
On your marks.
We're ready to go in the final of the girls' 16 years 4x100 metre relay.
Set.
So we're away here in the 16 girls, and it's Great Lakes in 2, Ulladulla, then Endeavour Sports, Castle Hill, Cheltenham girls, Cherrybrook Tech, Hunter and Westfields on the outside. So Hunter have got away pretty well, and Endeavour looking okay. We're looking okay in the middle there. Just lost a little bit of momentum there. And Castle Hill and Sydney West, and also up the inside of them as well. You can see, might be Ulladulla there in the South Coast, but as they come through here, charging around the outside, you can see just how impressive this is. Lane 4 from Endeavour Sports High School. They've pushed themselves right back up here, and all clean by the look of it at the moment. Have a look at the margin they've opened up on the field. Really close for second and third here. Is this the biggest margin that we've seen? Is this the biggest win we've seen? I think so. 55-9. We go back to Cherrybrook Tech and then Cheltenham girls. Also on the outside, very good were Hunter. Put themselves right in the race from the start. Well done to the girls. Medal presentation time.
That was a remarkable recovery by Endeavour Sports there. And to finish it off with such a dominant lead.
Might have... didn't quite catch a time there, but I'll tell you what, they were moving slickly. The fact they had that much lead, you always look, when there's that much of a margin, you always look straight at the record. So
yeah.
I didn't that time, what was it?
50.59.
55.9. So last year's time, 49.19, and unsurprisingly, because most of those, because I think they can compete up an age group, but they obviously can't compete as well in their own age group for relays because some of the schools struggle to get those four numbers together, understandably. But really, really good here to see these athletes back up. And as well, it's not easy to get time off school sometimes, not just for the teachers, but for the students, particularly as they enter their HSC year, trying to manage all those priorities in their life. Good to see athletics as one of them. Boys, 15 years, 4x100 metre relay. Final time again on the track, starting in lane 2 in the bright yellow of the South Coast, Illawarra Sports High School. In lane 3 from North Coast, Hastings, Port Macquarie. In lane 4 from Sydney North, Chatswood High School. In lane 5 from Sydney North, Camaragal High School. In lane 6 from Hunter Region, Callaghan Wolsen.
Behind your blocks, thank you, gentlemen.
In lane 7 from Sydney East, Port Hacking High School. In lane 8 from South Coast, Ulladulla High. And in lane 9, representing Sydney East, is Sydney Boys High School. The record, another one of Westfield Sports, set in 2016 at the time, 44.01. This is the boys' 15 years, 4x100 metre final.
Ladies and gentlemen, I draw your attention to the presentation area where we are about to present medals to the girls 17 and 19 100-metre event. Our bronze medalist from Glenwood High School in Sydney West in a time of 12.37, Juliana Kandiawa. Our silver medalist from Endeavour Sports High School in Sydney East in a time of 12.23, Jacinta Lambert. And our gold medalist and CHS champion for 2023 in a time of 11.98 from Tomaree High School in the Hunter. Please congratulate our champion, Summer Harrison.
On your marks.
$15 boys about to get underway. 4x100 final. So away here from the inside in the 15 boys, Tillawarra Sports, Hastings Port Macquarie, Chatswood, Camaraigal, Callaghan College, Wallsend Campus, Port Hacking, Ulladulla and Sydney boys on the outside. So pretty slick moving here on the outside. Sydney East colours absolutely flying through here. Callaghan College, Wallsend Campus as well, moving quite well in lane number 6. So it's them and Sydney boys at the moment battling it out. You can see Port Hacking in their school gear there on the lane 7 also starting to push up. They don't mind running a bit wider because they're still in second position here. They might have a bit more momentum than Callaghan College, Wallsend Campus. They go into the straight, but they're pushing ahead, the Hunter team, as they go through to the line. Also charging through on the inside is Camaraigal, but taking the win, Callaghan College. Oh, he's taken a dive as well. 45.46. Hope he's all right there. Port Hacking team, they did a great job at Callaghan College, Wallsend Campus, Hunter getting the job done here.
Ladies and gentlemen, I draw your attention to the presentation area where we are about to present medals to the girls 12-year-old.
Our sports trainer Harry with the anchor runner from Port Hacking, who gave everything he had to get to the line. He's sitting up, so hopefully it's just a little bit of wind knocked out at this point in time.
He's a bit of a jack of all trades, our sports trainer, been helping our officials as well. Hope he's all right.
Well, he was a teacher down in the Riverina.
And a very good high jumper himself, I've heard as well. So the girls 15 years up next. This is Kiama's only record in the relay, 50.00, 2012. So behind the blocks now, the girls 15 years 4x100 metre relay final. The CHS record held by Kiama High in 2012 with a time of 50.00. In the blue on the inside, Sydney North team, McKellar girls. In lane 3 from Sydney Southwest, Mount Annan. In lane 4, representing the Riverina Young High School. In lane 5 from Sydney North, Riverside Girls High School. In lane 6 from Sydney East, Endeavour Sports. In lane 7 from the Hills Sports Southwest region, Sydney West region. In lane 8 from the South Coast, Dapto High. And in lane 9 from the South Coast region, Woonona High School. This is the final, the CHS Championship up for grabs for the girls' 15 years 4x100 metre relay.
Standing behind your blocks, please, Leno. On your marks. Set.
So away from the inside here, McKellar girls, Mount Annan, Young, Riverside girls, Endeavour Sports, The Hills Sports, Dapto and Woonona. Already we see Dapto high, move herself up to the inside shoulder of Woonona here. Maybe just staggering a little bit though. So on the outside, really starting to move, on the inside moving well is Endeavour Sports in the red. You can see them, the Riverina team, Young High School still in contention as well. And it's the Hills Sports High School though, with a good position into the final change. It is going to be super close between about 4 teams here, and it will be maybe Hills Sports on the, McKellar girls it is, Mount Annan as well. So Riverina it is, Young High School, and the battle for the minor placings, absolutely incredible. McKellar girls trying to hang on, but Riverina all the way to the line. Young High School getting the job done. Endeavour Sports in second, and then Riverside Girls, Sydney North in the light blue in the centre of the track, 51.98 unofficially. The girls 15 4x1. Back to medal presentation.
Gold medalist with a time of 12.30 from Whitebridge High School in the Hunter. Please congratulate our CHS champion for 2023, Ada Ross. Ladies and gentlemen, I'll draw your attention to the presentation area where we're going to award medals for boys, 15-year-old 100 metre run. Our bronze medalist from Newcastle High School in the Hunter in the time of 11.64, Boston Bird. Our silver medalist in the time of 11.58 from Chatswood High School in Sydney North, Andre Henkel.
We're waiting on the start for the boys 17 to 19 new 400 metre final. Yeah. So out of lane 2 we'll have Timothy Pettit from Katara Hunter. In lane 3, Jackson Watmow, Kingscliff, North Coast. Lane 4, Mike Mitchell Bradley, Wyndham, Sydney West. Lane 5, Jacob Vogel, Northern Beaches, Manly. Lane 6, Ethan Kelly, Castle Hill, Sydney West. Lane 7, Jade Kitchen, Coffs Harbour, Sydney Cuffs Harbour Senior College, North Coast. Lane 8, we've got Jamie McCurry, Cecil Hill, Sydney Southwest. And lane 9, Lachlan Dewar, Cherrybrook Tech. And currently we've got our leader from in lane 8. We've got Jay Kitchen, no. It is Ethan Kelly, Castle Hill, but he's now being challenged by our North Coast runner. And the North Coast runner in Jay Kitching, who's going to come through in a time of 50.72. And we're now going down to a presentation. Our next event, ladies and gentlemen, viewers, will be the girls 17 and 19 400 metres. In lane 2, we'll have Caitlin Martin from Katoomba, Sydney West. Lane 3, Casey Weber, Bingara Central, North West. Lane 4, Casey Calder, Whitebridge Hunter. Lane 5, Sophie Rogers, Carringbar, Sydney East. Lane 6, Jamelia Heron, Port Hacking, Sydney East. Lane 7, Chelsea Azoka, Illawarra Sports High School, South Coast. Lane 8, Caitlin Martin, Hunters Hill, Sydney North. Lane 9, Alva Pinches, Lambton. And the record in this event is 54.87, was set in 2018 by Carly Thomas from Castle Hill.
On your marks.
In the starter's hands. Azoka from Illawarra Sports High School. Our next event will be the boys 16 years 400 metres final. And I'll just grab the start sheet. And we have in lane 2, it'll be Jet Stellino from Kellyville, Sydney West. In lane 3, James Linden from Dapto, South Coast. Lane 4, Noah Ryan from Young. Lane 5, Cody O'Brien, Lucas Heights, Sydney East. Lane 6, Taurus Trainer, who has just finished his relay event with Endeavour Sports High School, Sydney East. Lane 7, Maxwell McAvaney, Dabo, South Senior College, South, and that's from Western. Lane 8, Benjamin Musa, Sylvania, Sydney East. And lane 9, Jacob Peterson, St Mary's Senior Senior, Sydney West.
Behind your box, please.
And our record is 48.18, set by Paul Green in 1988. So there with the starter.
On your mark. Set.
Jacob Peterson round out the field. Jacob Peterson is senior high school. There's nothing certain here as they come up
And Taurus Traino in second place from Sydney East. A number of these boys have already competed a number of times today. As I commented before, Taurus Traino had recently been up in the medal podium receiving a gold medal for his 100-metre sprint. Our next event is the girls 16 years old, 400 metres. In lane 2, we have Lana Amin from East Hills Girls, Sydney Southwest. Lane 3, Elisa Marsh, Picnic Point, Sydney Southwest. Lane 4, Isabel Usher, Endeavour Sports High School. Lane 5, Elizabeth Suto, Sydney Girls, Sydney East. Lane 6, Miriam Kamara, Auburn Girls, Sydney West. Lane 7, Rani Sharma, Pennant Hills, Sydney North. Lane 8, Jaden Marcini, Mulefield, Sydney West. And Lane 9, Charlie McGrath, Bulleye, South Coast. And the record for this event was set by Rosemary Hayward from Wyong in 1996, and she said it ran a time of 53.92. So we'll see how the girls go to compare with that.
On your marks.
Appears we have a few lane vacant. That is lane 5, and that must be Elizabeth Suto from Sydney Girls High School, who's not present.
Set.
Isabel Usher, Endeavour Sports. Miriam Kamara, Auburn Girls, Rani Sharma, Pennant Hills, Jaden Marcini, Mulefield, Charlie McGrath, Bulleye, they make their way down the back straight and into the home turn. All pretty even at this stage. Now they use as a flying energy. This is final 120 metres. Great opportunity to shoot the girls home here. 16 girls 400 metres final. It is the lane 4, this size, Isabel Usher.
I believe you are. Here's lane 4. And Isabel was receiving great support from the relay teams that are waiting down from the medal presentation for the previous relay events. They cheered her home. She lifted for a second time. We now move to the boys' 15 400 metre section final. And we have in lane 2, Ramazani Wakalongo from Fairfield, Sydney Southwest. Bodie Dunn from Eden Marine, South Coast. Lane 4, Indika Samaringi from Sydney East. Lane 5, Ollie McDonald, Northern Beaches, Manly. Lane 6, Rory Jacob Beckons, Mudgee. Lane 7, James Wood, Epping Boys. Lane 8, Patrick Belt, Farrow Agricultural. And lane 9, Cade Bornholt from Kingscliff, North Coast. The record here is 49.83, and it was held by Scott Fraser from Davidson High School, and he set it in 1996.
On your marks. Set.
We'll see you guys. Yeah, we didn't do too bad. We were hoping for 3 golds, but two's good. That's yours. Good. Which one did you win? Which one was that?
49.83. Ramazani Wakalongo lane 2. Bodie Dunn from Eden Marine lane 3.
You've got to build a big cabinet now for her.
Sydney lane 4. Ollie McDonald, Manly lane 5. Rory Jacob Beacons, Mudgee lane 6. James
We've got a big
lane
cabinet.
7. In lane 8, Patrick Belt.
It's
Lane
high.
9, Cade Bornholt from Kingscliff.
It's got
As
soccer
they
things in
get
there.
home into the straight. And he has a break. He has
we've got a big
break.
one.
Has the opportunity most likely to enjoy this win and cheer him down the straight. It's a beautiful run. Ollie McDonald.
Unfortunately, there's no goal.
In a time of 50 is it 50.86?
I think they got weighted at least. All right.
Yeah. Ollie McDonald's had a very good meet over the last 3 days from Northern Beaches, Manly, and he's capped it off to become the boys 15 years 400 metres CHS champions for 2023. We now move to our girls 15-year-old 400 metres, and we have in lane 2 Evie Ball from Kellyville, Sydney West. Lane 3 Alia Healy from Ulladulla, South Coast. Lane 4 Jessica Basanovic from Port Hacking, Sydney East. Lane 5 Alyssa Hemaker from Brisbane Waters, Umina, Sydney North. Lane 6 Rudy Blackley from Inner Sydney High School, Inner Sydney High School College, Sydney East. Lane 7 Jasmine Rintle, Killarney Heights, Sydney North. Lane 8 Sarnab Darich from Westfield Sports High School. And Lane 9 Josie Fisher from Kantara, Hunter.
On your stand up. On your marks. Set.
Clean away into the opening bend, which will lead them into possibly a nice cruise down the back straight, but obviously will have a lot on their minds as they start to think about the run for home. It is the 15-year-old girls, Evie Ball, Alia Healy, Jessica Basanovic, Alyssa Hemaker, Rudy Blackley, Jasmine Lintel, Zainab Darich, and Jodie Fisher complete the field. And now, the effort will start to tell, and what do we have left at the end of 3 days of competition? Many of these girls will be involved in a number of events most likely to sprint, but who knows where they moved up through some of those other distances. And they come off the pen, and it is, we have a number of people in the mix here. But a blue blue coming down here. From Sydney North, it looks like Jasmine
Marintel.
becomes the champion. And she tried to run them off her feet down the straight, and she just ran them off. The competition was really excellent. Chase girls, and a great race.
We now move to our penultimate event for the 2023 New South Wales Combined High Schools Sports Association Athletic Championships. And in lane 2 we have Braden Doran from the Hill Sports High School. Lane 3, Freddie von Mengensen from Balmain, Sydney East. Lane 4, Evan Morrison from Tamworth Northwest. Lane 5, Thomas Cashion from Hunter Sports High School. Lane 6, Cameron Badger, who has had a terrific 3 days from Endeavour Sports High School. Lane 7, Cullen Halos from Hunters Hill, Sydney North. Lane 8, Bronson Zaudo from Westfield Sports, Sydney Southwest. And Lane 9, Caden Adams from Maruya, South Coast. We're just having a few presentations of the relays down here, and then we'll be going into the boys 12 to 14 years metres, 12 to 14 400 metre final. And could I take this opportunity to thank on behalf of everyone involved in this event, the officials have done a great job, especially in the inclement weather of this morning. They've done a great job out there. Could I also thank Clutch TV for their magnificent support in bringing this telecast to you. We hope you've enjoyed it, both far and wide, and they're in the starters' hands.
Set.
Braden Doran from the Hills, Freddie von Mengerson from Balmain, Evan Morrison, Tamworth, Thomas Cashion from Hunter Sports, Cameron Badger, Endeavour Sports, Cullen Halos, Hunters Hill, Bronson, Zardo, Westfield Sports, and Caden Adams make up the field, and Caden has come all the way up from Maruya. And now they make their way off the bend. And we have another 2 finishing favourites.
Cameron Badger. At the moment it's Cameron Badger and I think it might have been Thomas Cashion. That's fatigued athletes out there. And that is that it was effort from all those athletes. They've been competing over the last 3 days. I know Cameron Badger has competed in a number of events, as have the others. Ladies and gentlemen, that does bring us to our last event of the 2023 New South Wales Combined High School Sports Association Track and Field Championship here at Homebush. And it was a great pleasure that I introduce the last event, and that is the girls 12 to 14 400 metres. The record set in 1988 of 56.63 by Rebecca Vormester of Corrimal on the south coast. In lane 2 we have Ashlyn Kelly, Castle Hill, Sydney West. Lane 3, Bridie Davis Young, Riverina. Lane 4, Emily Cott, Westfield Sports, Sydney Southwest. Lane 5, Matilda Lace, Tamworth, Northwest. Lane 6, Naomi Karanjanik from Killarney Heights, Sydney North. Lane 7, Eliza Smith, Endeavour Sports High School, Sydney East. Lane 8, Mackenzie Preston Poole, Hunter Sports High School, Hunter. And in Lane 9, Audrey Sikora, Ulladulla, South Coast.
And our gold medalists and New South Wales CHS champions and now CHS record holders in a time of 48.70, representing Sydney East. Please congratulate the team representing Endeavour Sports High School.
On your marks. Set.
Final event. Final event.
We have our final event away, and as I reach the bend. Naomi. It's Naomi Kronijic from Killarney Heights. In a time of 50. Naomi finished in a time of 58.03. In signing off, ladies and gentlemen, could I thank again the people, the camera work of the Clutch TV, our on-field announcers that have been doing a great job, Matt Langdon out there and Westy. Could I also pay special mention of our major broadcast commentator, Nathan Breen, who for the last 2 days has done a sterling job up here in the box, and he's also been calling the races for the benefit of all the people in the crowd. In closing, can I wish everyone who watched a good weekend. Thank you for your patronage, and we hope to see you at our next event, which will be the New South Wales Primary School Sports Association Athletics Champion in October. Thank you, and signing off from Sydney Olympic Park, Homebush. Have a great day.
Athletics Championships for 2023. A big thank you to all officials